to their children who would soon be waking up to the smells of all her cooking and the strength of all her love. Then he'd meet her by the river when his tired day was done, and they'd dance away their trouble to the rhythm of the motors, and they'd dance away their trouble and watch the setting sun. Now those buildings stand like specters through the windows, spirits peer, and the pigeons make their home in the frozen rustic gear. There are murmurs in the archway where the water flows beneath, and the cool stones tell a tale that they've heard throughout the years. Some have seen them by the river, and their tired work is done. Now they've danced away their trouble to the rhythm of the motors, and they've danced away their trouble, dancing in the
Member Barry, Councilmember Clay,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Snipper,
Here.
Councilmember Wright.
Here. Okay. Are there council comments?
Yes.
Terry?
Thank you, Mayor Williams. It's great to be back after our holiday recess. It leaves me with a long list of things I'd like to talk about, but I'll do it as concisely as possible. One thing I would ask the city manager if she could have code enforcement check on some trash in a vehicle that has been left on the property. I'm not sure exactly what the address is, about 115 Geneva Avenue. It's a property that was previously owned by the Joshua Group Ministries. It's been sold. They left a vehicle behind, and then most recently someone has dumped some furniture there on the property. I appreciate it. I have several topic areas that I have questions on that I would also like to give to you, Barb, but I'll do that separately. I'll send you an email for these, but the topics are the policy for the use of surveillance cameras here in the building and around the building, the city policy on the community emergency response team. I'd like to see how we integrate with the county program, and also the policy on the use of tasers within the city. And then my last thing I want to talk about is the budget. I think the budget is the single most important thing that this council does, and I think the process should be council-led. I think the council should agree to potential goals for each department, and with those goals, we can then seek estimates from the city manager. With those estimates, the council then has the opportunity to sit down and decide what things we want each department to do during the coming year, and we can establish measurement criteria for the goals so we have some sense of when those goals are being met. It's an approach that will require time to implement, and I think, though, that we should start working towards that for this year's budget. The approach, with the approach, the council will provide clear direction to the staff, and with the measurements, we'll have some way of the staff knowing when they have satisfied the desires of the council. The reason I bring this up is I see in the rolling agenda that January 28th, we're going to be discussing the budget format, and that's the only reference I see so far in the agenda to the budget. I would like this council to commit the time during the next couple of months to prepare for our budget discussions this year so that we can define a new process that's different from what we've used in the past and work towards setting goals for each department. I know we're not going to be able to accomplish it all this year, but I think we should work in the direction of setting much clearer goals for departments such as the Recreation Department and the Police Department. Thank you.
If I could just follow up on one thing. You didn't notice anything on the rolling agenda for any more budget discussions because I haven't gone beyond January 28th. So you won't find anything.
Well, then I want to see him earlier. Thank you.
Anybody else? Colleen?
I have a lot of things to comment on too, but I'm going to hold it to 2 tonight because that's as much voice as I think I have. There's a flurry of traffic about, of email traffic about the impacts of traffic in the lower Forest Park area, and information about the frustration that the residents feel over the issue of stolen cars, sideswiped vehicles, a lot of the issues that we're also seeing from some folks along Flower Avenue. I think that the impacts of traffic in the community have a significant effect on how livable people perceive the community, and I think that's something that we should keep in mind as we're moving forward with our budget discussions and talk about how we're going to affect a livable community in Tacoma Park. And I think that it's going to get worse in the future because the fact is more affordable housing lies on the other side of the Prince George's County border, and job expansion is continuing to go along the 270 corridor and other areas, and so we're going to continue to be a place that people drive through to get from their home to their job. And I think we should take a long-term approach to that. I think some of that started to happen with the New Hampshire Avenue corridor, where we were talking about different ways to protect the neighborhoods from the cut-through traffic. But that continues to be an issue in Ward 2, and I believe in the other communities that their routes are particularly set up that they see a lot of cut-through traffic. So I would like to be able to take a look at that. The other is an issue that I've been talking about practically since we built it, but it's the traffic circle at Lincoln and Elm. I saw several comments in the survey, in people's written-in comments, that people took the time to talk about the traffic circle. For the people who actually abide by the law in the traffic circle, it's worked very well to slow people down. And the original design for the pour that was done, concrete pour that was done by the planning staff, makes it really difficult to cut backwards through the circle from Elm onto Lincoln, but it didn't quite get poured to the exact standards, and it's possible for people to go backwards through the circle, and they are. And unfortunately, it's not the people who live in the immediate area that are doing that, but people who are cutting through. The no right turn from Ethan Allen onto Jackson makes it worse, because instead of people going up to Jackson and cutting down, they're entering the neighborhood all the way back at Elm Avenue. So they're going through and, past an additional, 50, 70 houses instead of, the 4 houses that we protected with the no right turn at Jackson and Ethan Allen. And it's back to that issue of more holistic traffic planning, but also we've had, near head-to-head collisions now in the traffic circle. One of my neighbors yesterday told me that she went around the traffic circle properly while the person behind her cut it, and they almost smacked into each other as the person cutting the corner about broadsided her on the driver's side of her vehicle. So we need to fix that.
And if I can just note that you might not want to get in trouble characterizing actions that were taken that have impacts on other people that you might not be aware of.
Are you talking about the right turn at Jackson?
Yes. It's more than 4 houses.
Well, but
you don't need to go there.
There's still, well, no, you brought it up. They're still entering the neighborhood, and I recognize that there's a history and that impacts have changed over time, and there are things that actions we may have taken earlier which would have been significant to make a protection at that time, that now we have so much traffic and people are so motivated by essentially the failure of the Tacoma Junction intersection to race through the neighborhoods. And as the Tacoma Junction intersection causes people more and more grief and the traffic gets backed up farther and farther, then you're pushing it back into the neighborhood even more so than it was before. And so the effect at this point is that we're not forcing people, but people are choosing to go through the neighborhood for a much longer time period, whereas before, if the backup was only to Jackson Avenue, you're right, there would have been no motivation to enter the neighborhood at Elm and Lincoln. The crux of the problem is in large part the intersection at Tacoma Junction, which we beat the drum on that for a while. Mm-hmm. But until we can fix that, we need to fix the sort of there's a cascade effect of traffic actions that we have taken. They're expensive. Traffic circles are expensive, and we spend all that money on it. So let's make it work.
I understand that. My only point was characterization of protecting 4 houses wasn't accurate. It was a whole neighborhood. Anybody else have any comments? Josh?
First, I want to thank Barb and the city staff for addressing the issue of the guardrail on Philadelphia Avenue that was wiped out in an accident probably a month ago, and the city staff, working with the State Highway Authority, got that guardrail placed in probably 2.5 weeks. So I thank you for that speedy resolution of that issue. I want to bring up 2 small policy issues I think that the council can start to think about. One is related to affordable housing. I think accessory apartments are a way to increase affordable housing here in Tacoma Park with having little environmental impact. However, the city does currently have a policy that charges accessory apartment owners an extra fee for trash pickup. And I think it makes sense if you have, a multi-family home with a number of apartments to charge that. But basically, when it's an accessory apartment, they're not producing a lot more garbage than a normal household. And also, I think we want to encourage people to develop and have an accessory apartments for code licensed accessory apartments in the city. And I think that would be another little carrot to help out people who are willing to do that. So I think that's something the council should take a look at soon. The second ordinance that I'd want to discuss with the council is the idea of having an ordinance which makes it mandatory that people have their porch lights on. Because I think in the evening we have issues around street lighting, the Pepco lights, but also we don't consistently have everyone with their porch lights on. And I'm not sure of all the legal implications of that, but I'd like us to discuss it and look at it and maybe even add to that ordinance something about having the lights on with a fluorescent light bulb so it's environmentally sound. The next issue is something, a larger policy issue, which there's been a lot of talk about in Old Town and in the Penn neighborhood recently about Old Town and the opportunities for shopping and restaurants there, and Bruce Levin's Italiano spaces. I think the lightning rod around it, but it just speaks to larger issues and people's frustration around why there isn't more there. And we do need economic development in Old Town, and it's a complex problem. It involves greater housing density, better transportation, probably some parking solutions. And I think the city, in the budget process this year, actually needs to look at and figure out a way to put more money into the budget for us to have more people in the planning department focused on economic development in the Old Town area, but not only Old Town. I think New Hampshire Avenue Corridor and the Crossroads. There's some key places in this town where we could really benefit from additional resources in planning and economic development. And that sort of brings me to the last point, which I very much agree with Terry, and I think Bruce is headed in the right direction, that he's going to add more opportunities for us to discuss the budget process, but we need to be able to hash out the budget process and come up with a better way to discuss and have input into the budget as a council. Thank you.
Yes, I'm looking forward to this year, starting a new term, and I agree with much of what your comments are. Making the budget flexible requires us to know what programs have what level of commitment, what level of financial commitment. If we can look to that analysis as well, we will have a better chance of evaluating where we can spend money and in which ways. Colleen, I look forward to working with you on getting the Tacoma Junction intersection working in a more efficient manner, and that links to how we're going to work with the Tacoma Junction over the next couple of years as the firehouse is rebuilt. What will happen there afterwards? There are challenges long term, and then there are challenges short term while that chaos is underway. As far as the budget goes, I made a commitment during the campaign to try to take the budget to the neighborhoods in Ward 3. So as we think about how we're going to look at working with the budget this spring, I'd like to be able to follow up on that commitment, take that as some kind of analysis to the neighborhoods. So I'd like us to keep that in mind too. Other than that, I'm learning as I go. Thank you.
I just have two quick comments. One, I just wanted to let everybody know that I was invited to be part of the Montgomery County Community Leaders Sustainability Roundtable last week. It was a very interesting meeting of 33 leaders in Montgomery County, and the discussion was around forging a sustainable future and coming up with a conceptual framework for collective action in Montgomery County for sustainability and green initiatives. And that group will continue, and that was basically formed around an initiative from the County Department of Environmental Protection, and it will be interesting to see what comes out of that. The other thing I just want to mention briefly is that I've set some office hours that I will be here at the community center. I'm going to try being here from 2 to 7 on Tuesdays. I'll be available between 2 and 5 by appointment, and between 5 and 7 with open office hours. So if anybody needs to come talk to me, I will be here on Tuesdays. If there are no further council comments, next item is additional agenda items and agenda scheduling update. And there aren't any additional agenda items, but I just wanted to point out a thing or two about what I've gotten on the rolling agenda so far. The presentation tonight on the auditorium renovation option D is linked to a work session item next week where we'll be discussing and prioritizing use of program open space and other available grant funding. That's to talk about this option within the context of other possible options and funding that's available. We have a number of items on the agenda coming up where we're both interviewing people for committees and talking about some structure of some committees, including tonight's discussion on the possible statutory recreation committee. There should be a number of upcoming presentations by committees or discussions with committees. The meeting on the 22nd you can kind of think of as the environment night. We've got a number of items there that are all interrelated about the environment, going green in Gaithersburg, presentation, briefing on stormwater projects, and update from the Committee on the Environment. And as Terry pointed out, January 28th, we have various work session items around the budget. And I will be getting available starting sometime after tomorrow, further work on the rolling agenda and items that are going to be on the rolling agenda so that you'll have more information on that.
Bruce, included in those two, the discussion about the pool is something on your mind, I think.
Yes,
and
that will be on the agenda in January.
And then also the discussion about the metro development.
Yes. We've been on vacation, and those items kind of, particularly the pool item, came up in the time frame for it during our recess, and so we've been hunting for a spot to put that, and that'll be slotted tomorrow. The next item is a proclamation thanking organizers of the McMarcy Golf Tournament. I believe that there's somebody here. Yes. This is a mayoral proclamation, and if I can just, I'll read it, and then I'll present it to you. I just wanted to let people know about this. This is a proclamation recognizing the organizers and supporters of the McMarcy Mulligan Madness Golf Tourney for their contribution to the Tacoma Park Library. Whereas Michael Morrissey, a Tacoma Park resident, was an avid golfer and a lover of books and libraries, and whereas Michael Morrissey, a patron of the Tacoma Park Library, passed away in 2001, and whereas each year since 2002, friends and family of Michael Morrissey have gathered from all over the country to remember him and celebrate his life, play golf, and raise funds for the Tacoma Park Library. And whereas over the last 6 years, the golf tournament organized by the friends and family of Michael Morrissey has raised over $27,000 in donations, which are contributed through the Friends of the Tacoma Park, Maryland Library. And whereas past contributions have been used to support the annual Summer Quest reading program for children, Spanish story time for preschoolers, Spanish and bilingual books for children, purchase of materials to assist with reading readiness programs for babies and parents, audiobooks, a new large-capacity outdoor book return, and support for computers in the Computer Learning Center. And whereas donations from the 2007 golf tournament will be used to provide additional shelving in the children's area, update and expand English as a second language material, purchase specifically designed Summer Quest T-shirts, and to provide increased services and materials for teens. And whereas the contributions made by the friends and family of Michael Morrissey have made a real difference in the quality of service the Tacoma Park Library provides to the community. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Williams, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents, do hereby express our gratitude to the organizers and supporters of the Mike Morrissey Mulligan Madness Golf Tourney for contributions to the Tacoma Park Library.
I'm out here with the logo, Bruce. I'm out here in the middle. Okay, all right here before. I wasn't sure anybody was here again.
Okay, again, please.
On that. On behalf of Mike and his family and friends, I want to thank you for this. I want to invite everybody out in the spring to play golf. It's a great tournament. It's a lot of fun. And we've had some members from the library staff come out and play the last couple of years. Mike loved reading, and he loved this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is public comment period. If anybody has any comments on any items not on our special session tonight, which is the retirement of Wayne Hobbs. So any comment on anything not on the agenda or on any of the other items on the agenda, if you can please come forward and tell us your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes so that everybody has a chance to speak. Go ahead, Pat.
Yep, my name's Pat Lovelace, 7620 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park, Ward 4. I'd like to wish everybody here on the council and also throughout the city a happy new year in 2008. Hope that we can keep focused on what we as the city Tacoma Park stands for. You know, I hope we continue working towards peace and hope in the social justice. And I hope we continue our fight to make this country and our city a better place to live in. You know, I know we can do it. I know we can do it. And plus, I think we should also, you know, try to get as many people to register to vote as possible. Also, I think we should publicize the fact that non-citizens are allowed to vote in Tacoma Park, because a lot of people do not know that. You know, I ran into a lot of that when I was asking people to register to vote, you know, this last election. A lot of people said that they're not a citizen and they can't vote. And I said, you can vote. Now I think we should try to get as many people to you know, to be aware of this as possible. And also, even I don't know this. What is the policy in Tacoma Park if you're a felon, if you already served your time and you're already out of prison and you already served your time? What is the Tacoma Park's policy on voting? I think we should allow people who have already served their time to be allowed to vote. You know, I think, you know, that's one of the things that separate man from the animals. You know, we have a right to vote, and I don't think we should be taking that away from anyone, felon or non-felon, and citizen or non-citizen. We all should have the right to vote. And I think we should try to make that an issue in 2008. And remember, we will march, stomp, and demonstrate to stop this war in 2008. We should also be aware of what we can do to stop the war and stop the practice of torture and waterboarding that's been going on. We should, as a city and as citizens of Tacoma Park, stand up and be counted. Whenever there's a big demonstration or even a small demonstration, we all have to stand up and be counted. That's another way of voting. If we don't want the war, then we should come out and demonstrate against the war. Believe me, demonstrations do have an effect. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you, Pat.
My name is Robert Patton. I live at 7005 Westmoreland Avenue in Ward 3, and I'm the chairperson of the Safe Roadways Committee for the City of Tacoma Park. I'm going to take the mic and approach the council. I have a very brief presentation about an issue that's our committee has discussed, and about an issue that's close to me. In November, I'm sure you're aware that we had a student, a 9-year-old, hit by a school bus, and not far from the community center. The story in the newspaper said that a 9-year-old girl was struck by a school bus in Tacoma Park this morning. Police said that she was apparently crossing the street outside the crosswalk when she was hit. I'd like to invite you all to look at the diagram where she was hit, and I'd like to see if anybody can tell me how many crosswalks are in this diagram. 5?
No, I said 0 crosswalks.
0? Bruce?
0.
0? All right, anybody else?
I don't see any.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Clay, you got it right. There are, in fact, 5 legal crosswalks in the diagram, even though only one of the crosswalks is marked. 4 of the crosswalks are unmarked but legal crossing locations.
Excuse me, the one that you say is a marked crosswalk, I think is not in the location where it really is on the road. The end of what you're calling a crosswalk ends up in the middle of Valley View Road, not over on the side, yes.
This is a speed hump crosswalk.
And it's a speed hump, but the end of it is actually in the middle of Valley View Road, as I...
Well, I looked at it just a couple days ago, and it's pretty much right there. I don't think it's moved.
It's also down the street from my house. I could throw a baseball and hit it, and it is, it's pretty much where he has it on the diagram.
The main point I'm trying to make with this is that, and I'm sure you've all seen it frequently, police reports do not always locate the correct facts regarding whether a pedestrian who's been hit by a car was in a crosswalk. And the newspaper reports about this are frequently take the police reports as gospel and report quite frequently that a pedestrian who was hit by a car was apparently not in a crosswalk. And the impression that this leaves is that it's always the pedestrian's fault for being in the wrong location. And, I had prepared my presentation on PowerPoint, and I think that's been passed out. So you have some other information. Our Safe Roadways Committee has discussed this issue and would be very interested in having the council consider some actions which we've listed on the last few pages. Actually, the actions are on the very last page. We would like to have the council ensure that the Tacoma Park Police, that all of the officers fully understand the Maryland law, what is a legal crosswalk and what is not a legal crosswalk, and we would like to make sure that the police understand how to fill out their crash report forms so this information can be made accurate. We have a number of other suggested ideas for you to consider, and the final one I think would be helpful for newspaper reporters is that we would establish a fact sheet that would accompany any requests for crashes from the Tacoma Park Police that would explain the situation to help educate reporters when they get information from our police. I realize that Tacoma Park Police probably encountered just a few pedestrian crashes and are responsible for giving that information for only a few in our entire region. We can't change the whole region just changing our police, but I think we have to start at home.
Thanks very much.
You guys can stand. You guys might have remembered, I've been here twice already requesting that you guys write letters to the county council members in favor of a Sudan divestment campaign that's taking place in Montgomery County. The Darfur genocide has been going on for 4 years. Over 450,000 people have been killed. 2.5 million have been displaced from their homes. Many more have been raped and maimed. Right now, we're doing the divestment campaign. We've been doing it in our club, Students for Global Responsibility, which is at Montgomery Blair. We've been working on it since August, and recently we've, as you can see, been getting other members of the community involved, including other schools. We did a number of activities to raise support, and recently Richard Montgomery also hosted a mass call-in, and so did Walt Whitman. Other schools such as Churchill are planning events. So it's really begun to be a whole county thing. Mark Elrich is introducing it. He should be taking the preliminary steps on January 15th, and it should see a council vote sometime late February or in March. It's really, it's a big campaign that's definitely worth your time to take a stand on and, you know, just be seen in the eye of the public. There's $700 million in the Montgomery County Pension Fund subject to divestment. LA was the first county. We would be the second if we divested today. 3 years ago, Congress passed a resolution declaring the atrocities genocide and demanding that the U.S. takes more action. The President followed suit, the State Department, but still every day the killing continues. So while the diplomatic efforts have come to a standstill and have stalled a little bit, we have something here in front of us that we can do. So let's not do as the national congressman and as the president did. Let's not shrug off the crisis that we have the power to influence. Not here in Takoma Park, where a couple phone calls brings out, 15, 20 members of the community where we care so much. Really not ever. So what we're here today for is we're urging you all again to write letters to the Montgomery County Council members endorsing the Montgomery County divestment campaign, divestment from Sudan as a means to stop the genocide. And I also request that, if possible, you place it on the agenda to see a Takoma Park vote as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Hoy, and I live in Takoma Park, and I'm also a member of Students for Global Responsibility. Ben gave you some facts, and I'm just going to take a different method. At times when someone cannot be persuaded by logic or reason, or words that appeal to their emotions and morals, there is one other tactic that will almost always persuade. This powerful tactic is called money. In the past, many bills and plans have been created in attempts to bring change to Sudanese President al-Bashir's actions. But for some reason, this big change that we are waiting for has not come. Using divestment as a means to curb genocide is that big change. Sudan is receiving millions of dollars from the offending companies, which essentially pay for the materials that fuel this genocide. But divestment is not a requirement, an obligation, or even a responsibility. It is simply something that must be done. If there are ways in which those of us who are fortunate enough to have a government that allows us to speak out and create change, we must use this ability to help those who cannot make change themselves. Let's be the voice for those who are suffering. Let's join the other 22 states and over 50 universities that have already divested, and let's finally put an end to genocide. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Frank Demaray from 8006 Maple. Joining my voice with the Students for Global Responsibility. As a taxpayer, I think there's probably Takoma Park money. You probably have money in pension funds, short-term investments. Takoma Park money is probably invested in some funds that are subject to these divestment claims, and we'd really ask that in all ways, in every vehicle, every place where you have funds, to focus on it, and another community divesting will show up on the map. If you go to the divestment website, you'll see a map, Maryland. You see the state of Maryland, you see University of Maryland, you'll see a couple other, Goucher, Johns Hopkins, and Tacoma Park could be another bullet on the map of divestment. So every one of these communities, every one of these entities that joins the call makes a big difference. The second thing is, the kids probably don't remember, but Nelson Mandela would tell you, divestment works, okay? So it works. It worked for maybe 10 years, 15 years to get divestment to make a difference in South Africa. And Tacoma Park has a lot of people that know divestment works. Okay. The last thing is, you are our elected representatives. You're a spokesperson for the youth here, spokesperson for every citizen of the community. A voice from an elected representative trumps, many voices from us non-elected representatives. We really have to ask the elected representatives to raise their voice, write those letters, put us on the map. So thank you very much.
Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on that topic? Okay. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate your coming here to share the concerns with us. And did you have a recommendation on this? We have a draft? Okay. We will, it sounds like we have a draft resolution, and we will consider adding our voices. I think on the question of divestment, maybe the city manager can let me know if I'm right on this, but I believe that we're prevented from investing in anything other than, I don't know, I want to say government securities.
Yeah, generally, the city's general operating funds or other type of grant monies that we might be holding are very restricted in terms of how they can be invested. It's usually going to be treasury bills or things of that nature. Relative to the pension funds, there's actually a separate board of trustees who has the responsibility for investing the pension funds. That is not the responsibility or the role of the city council.
But can we could write a letter or express an opinion about that to that board, correct?
I believe you may. I think the question I would probably want to ask the city attorney, Councilmember Wright, is in any way if that's, since some of those members are appointed by the city council, there are 2 citizen reps, and some are also employees of the city, whether that may give the appearance that you're trying to put undue pressure on those individuals who may directly or indirectly be accountable to the city council for their jobs. So I think I'd want to think about that issue and give some advice to the council after consulting with the city attorney.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a question or two to resolve, but we will take care of this shortly. Good. Thank you all. I couldn't hear what you said.
I said we can talk.
Oh, okay. Good. Yes, is there somebody else? Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Williams, distinguished council members, Ms. Matthews and Ms. Carpenter. I'm Elizabeth Wallace. I live on Holly Avenue, and this is Professor Harold Williams from Montgomery College, who lives on Richmond. On the afternoon of June 21st, 2008, in Jecky Park, Professor Williams and I would like to produce an astronomical storytelling afternoon and evening to excite children in grades K to 6 and their parents about astronomy, cosmology, and the connections between cultures through the ancient stories about the universe. We will highlight the multicultural and scientific concept that no matter which country one comes from, we're all made of stardust. The title of the festival is called Look Up, the Storytelling Festival. Our goal is to enhance what school children are learning in math, science, literacy, and multicultural understanding with storytelling, easy-to-understand scientific explanations, and hands-on activities. We plan to achieve these objectives through professional storytellers, planetarium educators, poets, musicians, astronomers, physicists, magicians, and dancers. The featured teller is Lynn Maroney, a planetarium educator and storyteller with Native and Anglo-American heritage from Oklahoma. Her ethnic and cultural prairie background and worldview make her a favorite teller at settings ranging from national storytelling festivals to the Smithsonian to NASA in Huntsville, Alabama. We plan to have hands-on activities for the children, which include making a cardboard telescope to sampling astronaut ice cream. And to those of us baby boomers from the 50s who remember those water rockets you used to be able to shoot up in the air, I intend to have a few of those. To date, we've received seed money grant from Montgomery County Arts and Humanities, and we've had meetings with the Tacoma Park City government officials talking about providing stage, park rental fee, security. Tacoma Park Arts and Humanities Commission has made a pledge to help us attract local volunteers, and Professor Williams is arranging for parking at the Tacoma Park campus, participation of professors, and in case of rain, use of indoor space. Pyramid Atlantic has expressed an interest in a collaborative event and hosting activities at the festival. We would like to, our purpose in being here today is, of course, to let you know that we would like to put this festival on. We would like your support. We would like you to help us start a dialogue with the community to help discover some of the stories from our own residents so they can be reflected in the festival, from Ethiopia, Mali, Central America, and Russia, to name a few. And we hope that you will help us plan activities in the community leading up to the festival and attract members of the community who have not made a strong presence at other festivals. Thank you.
Elizabeth, remind us the date. Elizabeth, remind us the date again.
June 21st, 2008. It's Saturday, Jackie Park, right next to the planetarium at Montgomery College.
Thank you. That sounds very interesting. Do we have your contact information? Okay.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else public comment? And I apologize for the setup here where when we have presentations with projectors and laptops that they kind of block the podium. We have a item later tonight where we're talking about the possibility of some renovations in this room that might begin to address items like this. Sorry to kind of put you behind all of the equipment there as you speak to us. Next item is city manager's comments.
Thank you. Obviously, we're running a little bit late tonight, so just in the interest of time, I'll just touch on one item. Back in December, when the council was on recess, I sent each of you an email providing you with an update on the status of the revenue sharing task force, and I would just like to take a few minutes and just let the public know the information that I relayed to the council. I think, as everyone may recall, the county executive, after some lobbying by Tacoma Park and some other municipalities, formed a revenue sharing task force to review the issue of tax duplication as well as other issues involving joint revenue sharing between the two parties. Our original goal as a task force, which I do sit on as one of the 6 municipal representatives, we had a very ambitious schedule and we were hoping to have our work done by January 1st. As I relayed to the council, the process, and I'm sure I think Bev Habit, our deputy city manager, or former city manager, who I know was on the task force in the late 1990s, can probably attest to this. It's an extremely complicated issue. And one of the things that we found as we went about our work is there are so many dissimilarities about the municipal experiences, what services they offer, that we have basically broken into a lot of subcommittees to try to get our work done. And that certainly has been a much more time-consuming process than I think we had anticipated. We have notified the county executive that we would like some additional time. That January 1st time frame was just our own deadline that we were shooting towards. And our goal at this time is to try to complete our work and give a report to the county executive by May 1st, which will basically be a 1-year timeline. So as that process moves forward, I'll keep the council apprised. We have had a number of meetings. Obviously, given the services that Tacoma Park offers, I've been involved in most of the subcommittees, which include road maintenance, park maintenance, and recreation. And I think our conversations have been very productive, but there's still a lot of work to be done. We are the only municipality in Montgomery County that has a separate memorandum of understanding with the county, and in fact are the only ones who receive a rebate for police services. So that is being handled as a separate negotiation. The staff members who are participating and representing the city are Suzanne Ludlow, Chief Ricucci, and Captain Corsi. Because of some transitions that have occurred in the Chief Administrative Officer's office, we were hoping to get this process underway much sooner. But they did get a new assistant CAO on board, and finally that process got going. They held their first meeting in December, and I believe hope to have another meeting later this month. So we are moving forward. It's just going a little slower than I think we had all hoped, but I think we'll come up with a very good product at the end.
Any questions?
Define that product in a couple of words.
It is to be a report to the county executive outlining Councilmember Robinson what our recommendations are specifically relative to tax duplication, any suggested changes in the formulas, as well as some other issues that we are covering. There's a lot of discussions about things such as hotel motel tax, the share of the income tax, and things of that nature.
Will it won't be Tacoma Park specific, am I right in that?
No, it is actually the issue regarding the police rebate will be Tacoma Park specific, but that is one of the issues we've struggled with is each of the municipalities may have a different perspective depending on their service delivery mix, and I think that's one of the things that we're trying to work through, because obviously as a task force I don't only represent Tacoma Park, I also represent the other municipalities.
Right. So our job is to track how that impacts Tacoma Park, and also continue to create a strategy for us as an individual municipality as regards the county and perhaps the state as well. Am I right in that?
I think certainly relative to the state. I think relative to the county, I think there was a joint agreement by the municipalities through the Montgomery County chapter of MML that this was the approach that we would take, is that we would actually ask the county executive to form a task force, and we sought representation on that. So I do think I would encourage the council to be respectful of that process, since we were one of the movers and shakers behind its formation.
Thank you.
Along the same lines, when it's all over and the group has done as much as they can to resolve the issues, will that work have limited our future work on this as a separate independent municipality?
I don't believe so. I mean, I think there may be some issues where the cities may just have divergent interests. That's one of the issues that I know I've talked to the municipal co-chair about, and I think we'll just have to see how that sorts out. But I certainly don't think there's anything that necessarily limits the Tacoma Park City Council from weighing in, but I think we are trying to basically work as a group among the municipalities and take a uniform position relative to the issues in support of one another.
Would it be fair to say that this process might illuminate some areas where individual municipalities and the county might need to pursue additional conversations and deal with those on an individual basis, that the whole group will recognize that there are places where that needs to happen?
I think that's fair. I mean, I think I'll mention, if Mayor Williams doesn't mind, we have a particular issue right now that we're dealing with. We have 2 bridges that are going to require significant rehabilitation or replacement. I think you may recall that from some of the budget discussions for those who are on the council. It was an issue that I raised numerous times at the road maintenance subcommittee level, but because of the timing of the task force work, we kind of found ourselves in a different position because I was the one who had an issue at this point in time. So I did ask Mayor Williams if he would be willing to send a letter to the county executive about pursuing having Tacoma Park bridges put into the county CIP, and he signed that letter earlier this evening, and it will go to the county executive tomorrow. So I think that's an example where we had a particular area that we needed to work on, and there was certainly no opposition from the other municipal representatives with my pursuing that, and in fact that was the guidance that I got from the county reps, that that's how we should proceed.
So I don't think we're cut off from any individual issues. Good.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we finally get to move into special session to consider a resolution recognizing retired, as of 1 week ago today, Deputy City Manager T for Thomas, Wayne Hobbs. And I guess I'd like to move the resolution. Is there a second? Okay. It's a resolution.
Second?
We do need to move it.
I know, but I didn't know that you could.
Why not? I can.
I don't know. I don't know the rules well.
Yeah. And so, is there council comment? Yes. Anybody like to comment?
Yes.
Doug.
Yes, one of the lasting impressions of Wayne that I have is many nights over the last 4 and more years during the council meetings in particular, he would be up in his office late in the evening watching the council meeting on closed-circuit television. And he had the eminent good sense of being there because it would give him an opportunity to turn us down or off. And to this I attribute in part his longevity and good nature. But really, Wayne is a sort of a giant of quiet competence. And I think it's often the people who draw the least attention to themselves that are really achieving the most in the quality of their work. And he probably knows more about labor issues than most people in this entire region. And this is not an easy task for him because there must, in all of the non-flashy side of him, some steel, because often he's placed in very highly emotional and contentious situations. But I think even the people across the bargaining table would agree that he's always been a gentle person. He's always been fair and reasonable, even at times when he's had to show that steel. So what's unfortunate about this is all of this tremendous experience is walking out the door, or walked out on the 31st of December. But we've been fortunate to be able to be the beneficiary for all these years of this tremendous experience and good nature. And Wayne, I hope, speaking for myself, that you will join the pantheon of eminent wise people who have worked for the city, and that you will, when needed, still be around to give us the benefit of your advice, which I will appreciate certainly very much, and want to thank you for all of your good service.
I'd like to say a couple things about Wayne. One thing that I'll just follow on Doug's comment about you sitting in your office watching the meetings on TV. I was thinking tonight, I think I'm right that in my time here, I've been aware of you sitting in at least 7 different offices as you've moved around the building. And no matter where you sat, I think you were always the consummate professional. I know that there have been a number of times when you may not have agreed with policy direction that the City Council decided to take, but you always recognized that your job was to implement those policies, and you always did a wonderful job of that. And I think a lot of people would be hard-pressed to necessarily recognize when you might have agreed or not agreed with a particular issue, because you always pursued it with the same tenacity and the same competence. And I'll draw a line there and then say, not related to that. One of the earliest things that I remember was your advocacy on the city's behalf, and I always had the sense that you did believe in this and were very helpful in getting the Local Government Insurance Trust to add the rider for domestic partnership for insurance, both for the City of Tacoma Park and by extension all of the other member governments that were members of the Local Government Insurance Trust. And when they did that, that extended the ability for most of the municipalities in the state to offer domestic partnership insurance. And that was in the early 90s when a lot of opportunities were not available for that. And that was the first of many times when I appreciated your persuasive abilities and your keen sense of fairness that always directed everything you did. And I always knew that I could come in and sit and talk with you about whatever I was thinking about and have a really interesting conversation. And get some of the wisdom that you are always ready to share. So I always appreciated you being here, and I will miss having somebody who was always a constant here in the whole time that I've been involved with the city. I'm getting to be one of the longer-term people around here, and you were always here longer than I was, but it's just one more who's disappearing. And I hope that as you enjoy your retirement and live in your current house and then in wherever you may move, I understand you might be moving up the road a little bit, that I can always give you a call and chew over something if I need to. So I hope you'll maintain a listed number. Anybody else?
I'll go back a good long while to when I was working on the newsletter. Gosh, 18, 20 years ago, something like that. And from the outside, not from the inside, as a contractor. And there were times there when it got a little sticky with editorial opinions, and that the newsletter came from had a history of kind of being a firebrand in its inception from Sammy Abbott days. And I watched Wayne help guide that process of how the city communicates with the public in a calm way, in a way that showed that he was serious about having a public face on what the city does that made sense, that worked, and that was a true reflection. And I appreciate those efforts on your part. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Mr. Hobbs, I thank you for your many years of service to the city of Tacoma Park. And I thank you especially for the help that you gave me as a council member. As I mentioned to you upstairs, I'm jealous. you now have walked away and off doing what you want to every day. It's a great position to be in, but I wish you the best in your future. Thank you.
I think as many of you in the audience know, I don't typically speak on council resolutions, but Wayne, I couldn't let tonight go by without saying a few words. When I interviewed in Tacoma Park, I had the chance to meet with the members of the management team, and that was part of the interview process that the council and the Citizens Committee set up. I didn't have the chance to meet Wayne then. I think he was either on one of his many travels with his wife. He might have been in Ireland at the time, I'm not sure. But the first time I had a chance to talk to Wayne is after I was appointed city manager, and he gave me a call at my home in Missouri. And we had a good long chat, probably about an hour as I recall. And one of the things that I distinctly remember from that conversation was being very struck by Wayne's honesty and his candor. And I think the council can certainly talk about a lot of what Wayne did professionally, but I guess I'd like to just take a few minutes and speak to kind of the role the deputy city manager plays in a city manager's life. They are really your right-hand person. They are the person that sometimes you go and vent to about sometimes council members, sometimes staff people. On a more positive note, they're kind of the person that you can go and bounce some ideas off. And I think equally important, it's probably the one person in the organization that you really look to tell you when you're making a mistake or to keep you from stepping in it before you do make one. It is such a close working relationship that one of the members of the management team, and Wayne and I often joked about this, referred to Wayne as my second husband. And actually it became such a joke in my own household that my husband Milton started referring to Wayne as my second husband or my work spouse. So now, Nancy, he's all yours. But I would say that Wayne did all of those jobs exceptionally well, and I can sit here tonight and unequivocally say that I've been a better city manager the past 3.5 years that I've been with the city, Wayne, for having had the privilege of working with you. On a personal note, I was also fortunate enough to find a friend. Wayne and I went to lunch pretty much almost on a daily basis. We had lively discussions about a variety of topics, sometimes debates covering everything from probably religion, politics, art, sports. So that's something even in the past week I've started suffering a little withdrawal. So Wayne, you have an open invitation to get together with lunch and we can kind of get back to kicking around ideas. I've already missed you in the past week, and I wish you nothing but the best in retirement.
And before we take citizen comment on the resolution, I'd just like to add that I think Wayne has the luck to be able to have a second retirement, since he retired from I don't know how many years in the military as an officer, and I think it would be really nice to be able to have a nice long run at 2 careers and a nice retirement from both of them, and that probably helps your wallet as well. and that's an enviable position that I guess maybe a lot of people who make a career of the military potentially get to enjoy, but I think it's well-deserved and something that we all would agree is well-deserved, and just sorry to see you go, but glad for you and your family. And if any members of the public would like to make any comments?
You're right, it's impossible to see over this machine, so I'm going to move over this direction. My name is Kathy Porter. I'm a resident of 1000 block of Elm Avenue, and I had to come out this evening to thank Wayne for his service for many years. Actually, Wayne and I had held our respective positions for the city for almost the same length of time. Wayne came a few months before I was first appointed to the council, and of course he left a couple months after I retired. So I have a profound appreciation of the length of time that he served the city. And I can say that I think in both of our cases it was because of a real commitment to the city and to the community. The kinds of jobs that Wayne did are probably not the sort of thing that get a lot of public attention. Wayne, as I did, served with 4 city administrators, city managers, and probably more people probably know one of those city managers, more people than probably know exactly what Wayne did. But Wayne did a lot of things that are really critical to a city serving its residents very well. Some of those things sound very esoteric. One of Wayne's responsibilities was risk management, which probably not many of our residents could tell you what that means. But if you translate it as keeping the city's insurance premiums as low as possible, people would understand how critical that is to the budget that you're going to be debating and to providing funding for other services that are critical to the city. So even though Wayne is probably not the most high-profile city staffer, which I believe he's probably grateful. Even though he's not the most high-profile city staff person, he has been one of the most important and one of the most critical, and I want to thank him for all the help and all the time and effort he's put into the city, and how much easier he made my job and has made all the jobs of everyone on the council. Thank you very much, Wayne.
I'm Howard Cohn. Wayne, to say I've always especially liked you because you're almost as old as I am. I agree, I'll be short. Wayne showed great common sense in to keep moving from office to office and avoiding people like me who show up here usually looking for trouble. But on the times that Wayne and I did bump into each other, I will say not only was Wayne the consummate professional, but he was a really, really nice guy, really the ultimate nice guy. Thank you.
Erwin Mack, Executive Director, Tacoma Landing Crossroads. I never really knew what Wayne did, but I could count on him to be there, so that if I had a problem and called him, I could get a sensible answer. And so that's my best compliment, that there are few people enough who come up with sensible answers, and he always did. Thanks, Wayne.
Buddy Daniels, Sherman Avenue. What can I say about Wayne Hobbs? Well, thank you very much. I've got a few comments about Mr. Hobbs, a few. I've known Wayne Hobbs for a long time, and we've worked together on a number of projects, but in the last 2 years, we've seen a lot more of each other because of our activities on the Emergency Preparedness Committee. I can't tell you, he will, I can't tell you how many times I poked my head into his office and said, "Hey, you got 30 seconds?" And usually the conversation would last 30 minutes or more. Please don't tell Wayne I said this, but his advice and guidance has been very, very helpful. No matter how busy, he always had time to discuss whatever situation, especially in the last 2 years, I got myself into. Make no mistake, I'll miss Wayne Hobbs. And I really will. I don't know what I'm going to do right now without him to go discuss situations with. So I may occasionally drop by his personal residence and say, "Hey man, you got 30 seconds? How about lunch?" I know people in the SA and I can find you. Thank you very much.
Bev Habit, a former city manager of City of Tacoma Park. I can recall the time when Wayne was hired by my predecessor, Jim Wilson, as the first personnel officer for the City of Tacoma Park. At a time when the personnel function, one of the consultants that we were working with at the time said, "Gee, you all are cooking the soup here." We were dealing with, at the very beginnings of having a personnel function, having established 2 unions and needing help with that. Wayne was interviewed by Jim Wilson and myself and some others, and we hired him away from another town that remained nameless because it was their loss and our gain at the time. And then Wayne was invaluable in the search for a number of city managers, as has been mentioned, and a number of department heads. In the early years, it was chaotic at times when we were moving from a mom-and-pop kind of an operation here to a professional operation. And Wayne was there as the steady hand and the guide in getting through a lot of that. And all of the major changes that had happened since personnel-wise, institution-wise here in the city. I have, during my term from 1992 through 1999, appreciated that he had my back, had a loyalty to the organization, to me as a city manager, and his advice, his common sense, his calmness in the midst of storms that came, the number of confidential sessions we had about personnel matters, union matters, all of that. And Wayne was there as the calm person to get us through some difficult times in the very beginning of the personnel function in this organization. And Wayne, to your family who gave up many Monday nights with you, I can say to them that you were the best that I worked with here as the professional staff at the level of assistant city manager at the time. And your promotion to deputy city manager was well deserved. And all of the contributions that you made and all the functions that you took on, for the messiness of the controversy over the newsletter, the cable TV, everything seemed to land on your plate because we knew that it was going to be handled appropriately and fairly and with care. And I had to come back for this one.
Hi, Wayne. I just want to say that I've worked with Wayne for the 14 years that I've been here. He's a good man. He's served the employees and the citizens of Tacoma Park very well. One of the things that I particularly appreciate is when there's high-stress times, we get to talk about family and baseball, and that really helps. And it is something I'm going to miss. Wayne, best wishes.
Okay. Would the council like to vote on the resolution? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And of course, there are no noes and no abstentions. And I think we covered everything that was formally put in this resolution, so I'd like to present it to you. And Wayne, if you'll notice that you get first of the wooden plaque resolutions, and well deserved. And I think we have a couple other things here.
Wayne, we have a couple of other presentations we'd like to give. One of them is a citation from the governor, and I'd like to ask Suzanne if she could read that, please.
From the Governor of the State of Maryland, be it known that on behalf of the citizens of this state, in recognition of your more than 40 years as an outstanding public servant in various government agencies and a distinguished member of the U.S. Army, in appreciation of the high standard of leadership, performance, and devotion to duty that you have demonstrated throughout your career, and as our citizens join in honoring you for your allegiance to your country and the contribution you have made to our nation, we are pleased to confer upon you this Governor's citation.
We have just a few more items. I think it's been mentioned, Wayne has had a long history of public service, starting with the Army, I think going to another municipality, as Bev Habita mentioned, and finally Tacoma Park. He has literally spent his entire adult life in serving his country and his community. When we talked about what we thought we could do as a city, we couldn't think of anything better than to have a flag flown over the U.S. Capitol and to present that to Wayne this evening. Yes, accompanying your flag, Wayne, are also letters from Congressman Van Hollen as well as President Bush. You need some help carrying this back?
The condominium that we're buying has a nice study. There's plenty of wall space for me.
Great.
That's for the president. This is Van Hollen's side. I just want to know. Wayne, will you hold the flag up?
I think you're supposed to.
Hold the flag so we can see. Smile. Thank you. Okay, Peggy. All right, one more at me. Look at me, Peggy. Wayne. Thank you for everything. I know.
And Wayne, would you like a rebuttal?
Yeah, a few moments.
I don't want to spend a lot of time. You have a crowded agenda yet. One thing I won't miss with my retirement is these meetings. I just want to go on record as saying that I won't miss these. And just to enlighten Councilmember Barry, when I was up there checking occasionally to see what was going on in the meeting, I was watching Monday Night Football. Somebody said I was honest earlier on. It's a good thing I don't wear a hat, because I'm not sure I could get it on if I lived here tonight and believed all the things that have been said. And I appreciate all those comments. I want to say that, my success, and I enjoy it, and I think I did well, but is really the success of the workforce here at Tacoma Park and the staff, the professionalism that they have and are constantly putting forth. It's a good staff. I know I helped select a bunch of them, and they have proven over the years that they are really professional and will do you a good job. And just remember, when things go a little awry, don't blame the staff all the time. It's not really their fault. They're trying to do the best that they can to serve you. And I had a little key. Just use your staff. Please don't abuse them. That's my wisdom speaking now from all the time I've spent here. It's easy to jump off, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, so I'll get off of that. I do want to recognize my wife and 4 of my daughters who have come here this evening with me. They're what drive me, and have for the past 45 years. So I wouldn't be anything without them, and what I did was for them. And I thank you all.
Yes, you can leave early tonight. Okay, the next agenda item is presentation of the auditorium reservation, new option D, and I think we should go ahead and do that and not take our break at this point. So, Lonnie? The taskmaster.
Well, we've certainly had a busy evening this evening, haven't we? Lots of different topics. And now there's a party in the lobby, can you hear? The Wayne party. As you know, I'm Lonnie Moffett, Communications Director of the City of Tacoma Park. I have with me Charlie Pilzer, who is our most awesome volunteer of the year on the Auditorium Committee and member of the Arts and Humanities Commission, among other things. David Voorhees and Michael Foster of MTFA Architecture. Briefly, to review why we're here tonight, last March in 2007, the Arts and Humanities Commission came before you with a request to investigate transforming this room from just a council chambers into a multi-purpose facility. At that request, we engaged in a contract with MTFA Architecture, and they presented to you 3 options, A through C, in September. And I'm doing the quick and dirty version here because we're running so behind. At council's direction, we worked further with the architects and the committee to come up with some things that we liked and disliked about the first 3 proposals, identify some priorities, and the city manager identified a pot of money that was our ceiling that we would work with to shape the next option. I wanted to share really briefly with you some of the work of the committee. I feel like professionally and personally that we've had a really great process. We've had representatives of all of the arts that you can imagine and recreational potential users in Tacoma Park, not thousands of people, but strong representatives. And we have had a really great working process together on this, very interactive, and I feel like we just worked really well together. Some of the priorities that we identified when we were giving the architect's direction for option D, just so you have a sense of it, and I'd be happy to elaborate at another point, is, for example, when done, this room should have, let me just call it, improved aesthetics. That includes chairs and carpeting. As we know, this room is in need of that. We wanted to have the platform with a dance quality wood floor to accommodate dancers. Obviously, lighting, acoustics, and audiovisual enhancements are clearly needed, as well illustrated this evening with the platform that you wouldn't be able to see me if I were standing at the podium tonight. ADA access was critical, and we wanted ADA access, front ADA access to this podium as a dignified way of getting on for people with wheelchairs on a ramp. And a very important thing was the easeability of setup for council meetings, which is a critical function that happens weekly, and we didn't want a huge operational thing. So I am really skipping through this. I think that our task tonight is for you to hear what the architects have to say about option D, and I don't think we have substantive, you can ask them questions. I don't think we have to debate the merits of doing this or not tonight. We're just here to get information from them and ask them questions and then figure out what the next steps are.
And Lonnie, can you just say a thing or two about the HVAC?
The HVAC. Well, specifically what's proposed? Or
no, just
it was a priority.
In terms of the directions for what to come back with.
Yeah, it was a priority because we all know that the HVAC is noisy and it affects all the other acoustic treatments in the room, and it is also not comfortable. So comfort is an important, comfort and noise tolerance are important criteria.
And if I recall correctly, the HVAC equipment in here is original with the building?
I think that's right, yeah.
Yes. So it may have reached the end of its life cycle.
A little beyond that.
Okay. It reached it a while back, and it's been screaming ever since. And is my recollection that no matter what we would do in this room, it would trigger ADA requirements?
I think that's fair to say. It's not really black and white, but yes. I mean, we as a local government, we're obliged to do ADA mitigation, and once we start, we're digging a hole we can't get out of, if you will. Bad analogy, but we must go there. So I think that it's critical.
And if I recall from your prior presentation, since maybe there were 2 people on the council who may not have been here for that, that one of the things with the previous presentations was that we were trying to avoid essentially setting up a stage and calling it a stage, because that triggers a whole new set of requirements. So that one of the things that was not in that direction for this option D was to come up with a kind of a stage.
Just to add to that thought, and in other words, we would like to be able to have performing arts in here, but we're not imagining a full-blown theater with a stage and with a curtain and the whole and wings and et cetera, right? Okay.
And if I can just add one more comment, and then I think we could get to your presentation. I just wanted to make sure to address what I've heard indirectly, that some people were concerned that this was the council wanting to just get an improved council chambers. And I just wanted to say that from just the council's point of view, if we wanted something that was best for kind of the council and council meetings, we probably tend to do very little, because this is a council chambers. It's not a performance space. It's not an auditorium. It's not a multi-use facility. This is an attempt to broaden the use and broaden the good use of this room.
So they're not going to discuss the throne tonight?
Colleen?
A minor point, I just wanted to say that the difference between calling it a stage and not calling it a stage is not an ADA trigger. It's not to avoid complying with ADA.
No.
There are other building and fire codes and other things that are related to that.
Yeah, really, it was more the fire code issue and the curtain,
So,
not ADA.
if we've covered all the preliminaries, take it away.
Well, actually, I think what we need to do is to ask you to come down. We're going to present this information on the PowerPoint. So if you could lower the screen and we will.
Making us kiss all us. I was just getting out of the way, but I don't think Thank you. I got out of whack with the whole wing thing.
Great, thank you. Very good. Mayor Williams, council members, it's
I need to give you a
great
microphone.
time to be here this evening. I think before we get started, I think it's very important for you to know, which you already probably know, is you have fabulous staff, and even more so, you have some tremendous volunteers that have made this whole process very enjoyable, albeit quite thorough, which is a good thing. Council members were talking about this issue of the council chambers being for the needs of the council members. Well, frankly, it works fine for you. It's everybody else that's struggling. So I think it's important, and you'll see that as we look at your existing facilities, you can conduct business fine. It's just hard for you to be able to see and engage the community while looking at a presentation like this, while making eye contact with the community, with citizens, with the current acoustics and audiovisual. Your sound is reinforced so you can hear each other. It's everybody else being able to hear what's going on in the room. As we said earlier, what we did is recognizing the importance of this is really started off with looking at your existing facility, and it organizes and gathers you fine, but it's really hard to function for its importance in the governance of a community. And when we looked at that in terms of how it welcomes people, how the AV works, how the seating works, it's the center aisle is something that you see in a courtroom if you have the plaintiff and the defendant, or in a wedding if you're leaving. But really, the most valuable seats, in the middle tend to work a little better. The mechanical room, even though this does technically work, it has outlived its statistical lifespan, which means from an environmental consciousness, you're operating with less efficiency than it would have within its lifespan, and with higher maintenance, which has its cost as well. I think you're familiar with those. We looked at the areas of how this space can be more welcoming to people within your community. But beyond a council chamber, your community had a vision for how this space, because you've already bought the roof and the floor and the facilities, how it could be used not in any way that would compromise council meetings, but could be used in other ways, not full fly space or the Kennedy Center, but something that's perfectly appropriate for performance, for lectures, for movie, for community-oriented activities. So what we looked at is really developing a hierarchy of objectives. And of course, council meetings has to come first, but also other government civic meetings, musical performances, poetry readings, lectures, dance recitals, theatrical performances, youth programs, community speakers, films, and any whole variety of functions, because you have this marvelous space, and the amount of time it could be used and better used is what the potential lies. For those that are new on the council, forgive me, I'll be very brief on being redundant on 3 previous schemes, which is just a minimal scheme that really did very little more than take paint, carpet finishes,
leaving the seating configuration as it is now, and then trying to deal with the very minimum threshold of ADA access so that not only if a council member were elected in a wheelchair, but also a citizen that just to receive an award tonight, there's a dignity issue. So we looked at that as, that was Scheme A, if you recall. Scheme B elaborated a little bit further, which made a more dignified entrance for the ramp, but also kept things at a fairly minimal level of disturbance. And then C was, I think some considered a little bit over the top, but we tried to open up the proscenium to have more of a projection space that would make the sight lines more ideal, would have access, an ADA bathroom, as well as openings in the walls and for ADA access. So what we found is that you really didn't need a full theater. It had to be a bit more of a dignified space. So Scheme D took the best of and the most practical of the ideas presented, cut maybe about a third out of the budget, which was very important, the guidance we received, but still would provide a configuration that allowed people to move around, provided new seats with a proper AV configuration, extended the platform out for a little bit more flexibility on the platform, did include a front accessible ADA access for people to receive an award or to come up with an ADA bathroom. One of the things it didn't do is it didn't reconfigure the mechanical space. In terms of reconfiguring that, we found it was much more economical to replace mechanical in kind, and by doing that you can get newer, more efficient equipment with a better sound attenuation without reconfiguring the entire system. So we've left much of the structure in place and the platform area in place, but still would design that for increased area and a flexible dais that could be dismounted and stored very conveniently and would work well for you. One of the things here, we could do this in a very well-mannered way. This is not meant to be a finished design solution, but it's recognizing that should you choose to proceed into design, we're very confident we can do something that, as we had mentioned before, here are the early budget estimates of the previous schemes, and this gets Scheme D, which I think achieves some of the best of all the options while mitigating some of the overages into something that more accurately reflects the budget that was given to us. So I just wanted to use this opportunity to kind of orient those that had not seen it before to the other options that were presented, because we drew from each of those some ideas to find what we hope is a happy medium and a balance that would reflect good stewardship and a more useful room. Because so many of the things that we're talking about, if you did them piecemeal, which you may have to with mechanical and electrical and AV and ADA access, if you do these things piecemeal, they do start to rival or exceed this overall budget just on one piece at a time, but you don't get half the amenities of a more aesthetic, a more functional, and a more flexible use, so that it would serve not just the council better, but would serve the entire community better, the many different activities that go on here. So with that, if I've left anything out, Bonnie or David, and otherwise we just wanted to make sure we could address any questions that you had and help you feel as complete as possible on this briefing. Please, yes, sir.
So I take it that you have lowered the level there a bit?
Right, we've lowered that just a few inches and extended it out further. That's correct.
And then this one you can't see it as well, but there are triangular, what are these triangular areas that's on this side and over here?
I see. These dotted lines are of the triangular areas are projection angles, so that in this configuration, instead of having, just like you have cameras mounted from the ceiling, we could recess a projector so that you can run an AV from a laptop or a flash drive from a peripheral location, not to block the view of your speakers, and these are the projection angles that would be from a ceiling-mounted projector, so that you'd have projection over here as well as in here, so that each of you would be able to see more clearly without moving around and without changing the configuration.
So what you're saying is that the equivalent of that wall.
That's correct.
And that wall.
Right.
Could be a projection space, a space onto which you're.
That's correct. That's correct. And these here.
The two inside.
Right. So the people that are in the very front row, you're looking at it at a hard angle, so that this provides projection space. And that we would obviously need to reconfigure your speakers and cameras, but I think it would be part of an overall AV package to make that work.
So your estimate include like more projectors?
Yes, the projectors aren't expensive anymore, and to get a good quality projector is not really the problem.
The actual detailed budget estimate that's included with the latest appendix to the report does not include audio-visual this time around. By request of the committee for various reasons, I think Lonnie could speak more to that.
Yeah, the audio-visual.
So don't expect to see an AV number in the revised estimate at this point.
Well, it'd be the hard design for it, but the AV equipment, I think, was not part of this, not part of a construction budget. You wouldn't want your contractor to buy that, but it's the rough end and hard construction cost.
There were also some thoughts that there are potentially some efficiencies that would be possible with the limited scale going on here for the city to cooperate directly with a separate AV contractor for design input as well as the installation. And once again, I think Lonnie can speak more to that. We had a number of conversations on how realistic that would be. I think it's a real viable way to go, and it keeps a bit of the additional expense of a general contractor overseeing that particular purchase and warranty out of the picture, and so there's potential cost savings.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, sir.
Can you speak a little bit about the storage behind, which in the place that's currently an additional conference room? I'm particularly interested in how the seats for the mayor and council and the side portions stack back there, and if there's what the traffic issues are, I guess, when there's a performance on the stage and the seats are stored behind. Are people who aren't on stage who need to get on stage, do they have what I see are ramps coming from the outside, or the ADA ramp coming to the bathroom on our left here? Is that kind of the off-stage area?
Right. You don't have a full fly space or stage left, stage right, but this is just showing the scale, a dotted line of this moving in here. This could clearly, you wouldn't have to store it with the chairs in place, so you can configure this so you do have a space that still is a gathering space, whether you call that a green room in a theater environment, or else a stage left, stage right, but not really wing space. Okay, we tried to get to that in that one scheme C, but the cost of reconfiguring the structure and this mechanical was not acceptable to the budget. So this is more of a modified process that recognizes that need to, whether you had if you wanted to do something that was a modest performance, you could, drop the screen and have that exit. You just couldn't have a fly space to achieve it.
Thank you.
Certainly.
If you can just speak for a minute about any possible compromises that were made with keeping the HVAC room and putting the equipment in there. I remember at some point, I think there was talk of putting it on the roof in different ways, and I'm wondering whether there's any efficiencies that we lose. I recognize that it keeps the cost down, but what were the trade-offs?
Well, it's a fair question. We didn't want to move outside of the footprint or shell because of that cost trigger, but certainly by leaving this mechanical room intact and in place so that all of your your feeds and ducts and things, have that efficiency as well as the structure that's in place, you do save the cost that we achieved. The trade-off that you lose is that space is still fully dedicated to mechanical space, where by moving that to a package unit on the roof, we did have greater flexibility of splaying these walls to make for a bit more gracious platform presentation area, and we did capture the space that would then be available for storage space, which in any kind of a stage platform area that is designed for multi-use, you get the benefit of flexibility and greater hours of use of your space during the week, but you certainly don't want to move things too far just so that you do have that added space for storage flexibility as well as the geometry of the platform. That was a big trade-off.
Okay. And then on the atrium where you've got I think it's 16, is that the ramp?
This is is added as an add alternate, not required to achieve this. And an add alternate is something that you could add to the project at the time of construction, but because it's not directly linked to interior finishes or mechanical, you could add it at the time of the initial contract or at a later time. And what that does is it allows ADA access and an entrance from the back of the space. Right now, anybody that wants to join us after a meeting started or leave during a meeting pretty much comes in and has the audience focus on them as opposed to the presentation. So this is a way that we could provide an entrance in a more conventional location so that from technical staff to the audience can come and go more conventionally to the back of the room versus the front of the room.
Okay, and that kept the opening there at 11, but eliminated what had been the windows in a previous plan and puts the acoustic panels on the walls in place of where those were, or moves them around a little.
Scheme C was trying to introduce some natural daylight and open space in here, and I think somebody identified that by having this as a cased opening and a vestibule, it provided a quieter and less visually distracting vestibule for people to enter and exit through. So this is a little bit more refined design to achieve that goal without having the openings.
And maybe even space for a coat rack.
And certainly space for a coat rack. That's right. There you go.
So one question that I have is, in the budget, you have this alternate ramp broken out. Is that solely 16, or does that include the entrance at 11 also?
I think it's the entire package that's affected by that. It's not just the ramp. It's the ramp, platform, opening, finishes, door.
So if we said we didn't want to do that part, basically we save $100,000 or something.
That's right.
Okay. Are there other savings? I mean, I understand that maybe 18 inches is the optimal height for a multi-use performance stage. Are there other savings if we chose just to bring the stage out as opposed to also lower the whole thing?
Well, that wouldn't actually be a savings. We can talk about other savings, but that wouldn't be one. While that is a more appropriate height for sightlines, as importantly, the ADA access for a wheelchair is a very specific minimum geometry of 1 in 12. So for every inch in rise, you have a foot in run. So by adding even just several inches of height, or leaving several inches of height, you require several feet of run of that ramp. And so just with the space configuration in there, that wouldn't actually be a cost savings. I think for the most part, what we're not looking on this project to gild the lily. We're not trying to do an excessive fit and finish to carpet and paint. We're not panelizing things. It's really just address the acoustics and do a competent quality that would not be worn and torn in undue time. So I don't know. I think that was scrubbed pretty aggressively from just the means and methods to the engineering. I'm not saying that there's not nickels and dimes to save, and I'm not saying that wouldn't be good value in the design, that you as council or staff might recommend things that would make sense to add to it at this time. But this provides a pretty balanced budget for achieving the goals that were stated by the direction that we've received.
Okay. The other question I have is the idea that there will be tables in the front like this, that movable tables that where when the council has presentations of this nature or questioning of people would be available to put out, or?
Certainly.
Okay.
Oh, certainly, yes. Yes.
Can I speak to that?
Please.
Okay. One of the thoughts that the committee came up with when we were evaluating the 3 previous options was the consideration that when you do a presentation, as we are today, the people doing the presenting wind up with their backs to the audience and really sitting down lower. And one of the things, if you notice that the dais has additional seats, there's the 7 for the council members and the mayor, and then for the city manager and city clerk. But we also provided more seats to allow people needing to make a presentation, whether it's city staff or citizens, can actually sit to one side. When you look at presentations, everybody's looking at the same presentations. People in the audience get to see who's doing the presenting. The cable TV people the people who are watching on the cable TV get to see the people speaking full on. Now they get just sort of a sharp side angle. So, in fact, there's space to put tables in front, but we were hoping, the committee, as part of our work, to come up with kind of a more egalitarian presentation methodology.
Thanks.
Any other question? Okay, please, yes.
This is a question about the lighting. Now we seem to have 2 kinds of lights, on and off, and not a whole lot of variety. And if we're talking about this as a performing arts space, and I agree completely with your hierarchy, I think it's right to have the government activities first, the performing arts, and then other things falling out after that. Have we taken into consideration the kind of lighting variations, without going into huge expense with a lighting board and so forth, that might facilitate a better experience when people come to enjoy performing arts in this space?
Absolutely, thank you. The lighting is one of those areas that you can spend a little bit more and get an enormous leverage in the quality and characteristics of the space. So of course we would have the energy efficient house lighting as well as the safety lighting for the house, but also lighting that would provide some remote controls. And this is not inordinately expensive now to provide some, not full rig batten and lighting board, but to have controls that would provide stage and platform lighting, and that would hopefully even get a little bit better light angles on faces that are presenting, whether it's the mayor and council or somebody speaking or presenting, so that you don't have the contrast that comes up on the cable TV. It helps people to connect a little bit better without that contrast. Yes, there is a consideration for that is readily available and would be anticipated in a project like this.
And we'll be able to see, as we get a little further, a plan that might more specifically describe what kind of lighting we could get under what kind of performance circumstances?
Absolutely. I would imagine at minimum you'd have a 6 to 8 scene range that you could set and manipulate from a remote location for theater and for lighting without having to switch.
It doesn't seem like this is the case, but it's maybe a question that's worth asking anyway. Are we trying to do so much with this space for so many different purposes and uses that we might wind up with something that doesn't fill our expectations for all of the different purposes that we're looking at?
That's a fair question, and if we or anybody else has represented that that it's going to do everything as well as the Kennedy Center, then we have misrepresented. That's why we said there's a hierarchy of concerns that has to start with, first and foremost, conducting the community's business and the governance of the community here. And then as you go down, it is looking at addressing these issues from acoustics, from lighting, but I would not want to represent that there is anything in mind that is Carnegie Hall or is a full theater lighting. It's really a way to allow that to happen conveniently without re-rigging and resetting up the space. And as you go down the list of hierarchy, it obviously is a point of diminishing returns. So if those that are very disappointed at the bottom 10% of that hierarchy, I'm hoping that they will appreciate, with the good involvement of citizen and community input, that they know they were heard, but they also appreciated that that the priorities of this community were the council hearings, which is really how this has been developed.
And so for the folks at home, would it be accurate to say that this is more of a government meeting space that accommodates performing arts rather than a performing arts space that accommodates government?
That's absolutely accurate. Thank you. Any other questions on this? And I don't know what your protocol is to be here or return, or that's your pleasure.
This seems like a good hybrid at the moment. Do we have anything else that we need to go over?
Yeah. Charlie, we need to
Yeah. I have a couple comments. The whole experience has been really interesting because I approached it as saying, well, gee, let's make a performance space, and came to recognize through the work with city staff, with Michael and David from MTFA, and through the committee, that there's much bigger consideration to take, and that although council did not start by saying, oh, let's make a better space for ourselves, I think that the end result will find that not only does it function for such things as a musical performance or the poetry readings that the Arts and Humanities Commission presents, for town hall meetings, for our very selective representatives who come in, whether at the state or at the congressional level. I think you also find that it works better for the principal purposes, which are those of the city council, and that working through the schemes, looking at the first alternatives that MTFA presented to us, and coming up with this concept to address a number of issues. I think we had a number of different constituencies on the committee, and that, no, it's not a theater. It's not supposed to be a theater, but it is a space where you can have adequate small community performances. You can certainly have musical performances in here, and there's a real need in this area for a modest, under 200 seat, forming space. I would hope that we can go forward, with the next phase, which I guess would be coming up with a detailed design. You all certainly have to discuss that amongst yourselves. But as you asked, is this, are people going to be disappointed? I don't think so. We're not representing it as a full theater. But as a performance space, I think it will do very well.
Well, I just want to say one thing for the people at home. The critical change for performances is that right now you're restricted to an incredibly narrow and unsuitable area, and this change will double, more than double, the amount of performance space.
Correct.
With correct acoustics.
It's really been a privilege working with these community members on this and these architects, so I hope that the council appreciates that a lot of good effort and process has gone into it, and I realize that the next step will be difficult decision-wise, but I think we've got a good foundation for you to work with, and we can answer further questions if you have them.
I just have one or two questions about context that we would consider this in. One thing that occurred to me was do you have any sense of time frame range for a project like this, thinking about council continuing to need to meet, and we dealt with this when we had the previous construction project for a time, having our meetings somewhere else. I think we have more options now in terms of maybe using the Azalea room or something like that for meetings, but you know just approximately how long some project like this might take.
Well, it would certainly be feasible to begin construction this summer. You mean construction duration, not construction schedule? Yeah.
The duration of the construction, I believe, is itemized in the detailed budget. I believe it was 3.5 months.
Go ahead and do it, and then Lonnie, if you can say something about the... Go ahead.
Thank you. Howard and Lonnie both mentioned the improved acoustics. I wondered if you could talk about that some.
Certainly. Right now, you have... I'll use this one right here. This works. Right now, you have a very challenging environment for acoustics, especially for the spoken word. If you were an acoustic designer designing a space, you couldn't go out of your way to design a more tricky space. You have a concave-shaped room with a curve that's a hard reflective surface. You have an unpadded carpet, and your acoustic ceiling, while it's more for a office level of specification for noise reduction, it really doesn't help the acoustics in the room. Your audio reinforcement isn't really balanced with that in the room, so what we would be looking to do is to do a little bit denser weave on the carpet, because the seating arrangement would have seats. Right now you have 3 aisles serving 140 seats. We'd have 2 aisles and some space on the periphery serving about 166 to 170 seats. So you have a little more capacity, which is also more absorptive. We would look at these walls, and right now I think these images of your history are quite marvelous, and we'd like to retain those. We'd like to maybe group those in a bit more formal arrangement and alternate those with acoustic panels, so you don't have the focusing of sound on a speaker, or I'm sure there's lots of hot spots for different, everybody in this room is hearing this presentation in a rather different way, which we'd like to make that. I mean, some might think it's fine, some might think it's horrible, and somebody in between, and they're all right. Depends on where you sit, and there's some very tricky spots. You could just walk around the room.
I was over there and I didn't realize you were speaking.
Exactly. At least it sounded differently. So I think that the main issues that we're going to do is start to mitigate the shape and also the ceiling. We would be looking at a new ceiling, not a black box, but something that had a bit more of a performance grade or auditorium grade. This is an acoustic ceiling that you should find in an office environment that is really designed for the kinds of sounds and acoustics that you find in an office environment, which is perfectly fine. It's very economic, but I think you can do a little better without getting outside the budget.
Thank you.
Well, the HVAC noise, there's lots of opportunity to mitigate and attenuate the sound of the moving air just by distributing that a little bit better, slowing it down, and providing an acoustic baffle and insulation in the ducts, which would be anticipated as well. Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit about how the back wall will work? We have a curved one now, and it's flat. Can you talk a little bit about where? I don't quite see exactly where it would be. Is it the maximum depth?
Yes, it's set back a little bit further, and really because we have an accordion panel here, that instead of it being literally a curve, it actually more is a stepped curve, because these panels would slide behind here. So you'd still have that, but it would be less of a curve, because that again focuses sound, and it creates a more complicated mix than a step back. So you're still getting this sense of shape stepping back in here, but it steps, and again, that's not really detailed, and it can be detailed a number of different ways, including if it's more panelized, it
But
could
I was
still
more
follow
interested in
that.
how far back it is, just the physical.
I believe the furthest back portion is about where that is now, but then it pulls back in these corners.
And then it comes forward here.
Yeah, but this the front comes forward here. There's quite a big gap between where you are and the edge of this, the front row and the council. So we'd like to shorten that gap a little bit.
Lonnie, can you speak just a little bit about the pulling out of the AV that he referred to, and also just say a little something about the modularity of this? I know of the dais. I know in the beginning that you had a lot of concerns about the modular dais and the ease of the setup and the way the ability to be sure that the sound and all of those things are reliable for the council meetings.
Let's see, several comments. I have learned that audio is now connectable by Cat5 cable, which is your basic network cable, which means that you have, this is going to be a little bit not quite perfect, but you'll understand the gist of it. There'll be a central box somewhere, and then all of the pieces of the modular dais will plug in with Cat5, and so that the wear and tear is on that little simple Cat5 thing, not on all this kind of monkey business that we have down here. So the head end of it will be secure. Is that fair to characterize it? Not quite engineer language, but it allayed my serious concerns about that. My other concerns were about wireless, because as we saw illustrated earlier tonight, wireless is imperfect. And that gentleman was a little bit out of the range of our old aging wireless equipment, and that's what was happening while he was speaking to you right up there. I think that was what was going on tonight. But wireless is subject to batteries dying in inappropriate moments, et cetera, et cetera. So the new concept of wiring that is simpler and uses Cat5 cable has allayed a lot of my anxiety, which is rooted in 1980s technology. Okay, what can I say? That's what we've been living with. One of the, let's see, the modularity of the dais was your other question, Mayor. One of the major changes from options A, B, and C, we all liked option C in some ways, right? But it was, as Michael said, over the top in some ways. And one of the things that it involved was stacking chairs on top of shoved back dais in some room back there. And we said, who's going to stack those chairs? Who's going to unstack those chairs? Not my staff, not the city clerk. Wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. On an operational point of view, the day-to-day set up for council or get ready for the next thing. It has to be simple. So they created a same level and more roomy storage area behind where it'll be set up for council meetings that looks to me and meets my needs for something that is easy to push back on. Casters, locking casters, probably, these are details to be worked out. But it was at the same level, and it doesn't require stacking of chairs. Now, you, Councilman Robinson, asked about, can we make more room? And I think we could still make more room, but I hate to have it built in that those enormous chairs, which are required for your ergonomic comfort in a long council meeting, or their equivalent, are impossible to pick up and put up on a dais and without destroying the chair or the surface. So these are some of the accommodations that the architects came up with to deal with the operational aspects of our primary focus, the council meeting room that is going to also be suitable for performing arts.
And the other question was about the removing from the budget of the AV.
Oh, yes. We did that for several reasons. One was that it's a separate pot of money. The capital equipment fund can be used to support this. Additionally, as Michael started to tell you, working with my existing audiovisual engineers, or several of them that I have ongoing vending relationships with, will be a better fit than somebody who is a complete stranger, has to relearn all of our system, and then has their overhead that they're tacking on that, again, is part of this subcontractor system in the building world. And so it's bringing it closer to home. You know, if we go forward, I would call my team in to work with the architects from the get-go so that all the conduits and electricity and widgets were in the right place, but we would then vend in, you know, through our own direct ways and therefore saving overhead.
And my recollection of that separate pot of money that is the capital equipment from the cable franchise agreement is money that we have in hand for that type of use and would be sufficient to cover the kinds of things that we're talking about in this?
Oh, yes. Both of those are true. I think that it's absolutely appropriate use because anything that makes the audiovisual, I mean, one of the things that we would do would be, for example, we would take the presentation as if it were a camera. Right now, we're pointing one of these cameras directly at that screen, and it looks, I'm sure you've all seen that at home, and that's what it looks like. It's, you know, you're looking at the room with the screen. And if it were a direct feed to the camera, then it makes that picture at home much better for the viewers on cable. And on the internet, for that matter, too. It'll be crisper and better contrast. And so it supports the whole function, and as would all the audio and lighting improvements. It's just going to make our cable TV picture that much, and audio-visual experience much better. So, and yes, it's available, and enough.
Charles. Michael can answer this. Michael, is the room in the back big enough to have a meeting in?
Yes, yes. The room in the back is certainly large enough to have a meeting in, and it can be accommodated, and it's a well-proportioned space that would work fine for them.
I mean, that was part of what your concept D was, to size the back room in a way that when you put the dais and the chairs back there, you could still use those as a meeting.
So you still have that space, you know, it's not, this is going to be set up for a council chamber most of the time. So therefore.
He's saying that you could still meet in that back space with the chairs.
Oh, sure.
That was one of the things that
you can still gather around that. It'd be just like this table can be moved around.
So you can use it when it's empty for something else, and you can use it when the dais is back there with that equipment.
Right.
Maybe you can get 21st century chairs.
I mean, that was one of the tasks that we went back when we were sitting around talking about Concept D. That was one of the specific things was, you know, rather than just using it as a place to store things, could we really use it as a more usable area? It's possible that, you know, the council members could use it, you know, for a close work section, and they would be eye to eye.
And, you know, sometimes there are times when you have a big group, a big committee that comes to present to the council. Well, this is set up with the perpendicular access for 6 staff people on either side up on the platform. You could still bring these tables in and have your, you know, 15-person committee coming to talk to you. There still would be room for that. You know, but on a routine basis, I think you have a nicer relationship when you're at more of a right angle. So we really like that aspect.
Have we about covered it?
Yeah, it's getting late.
I'll pass you back to Paul.
I think we've covered everything we need to in this. Thank you very much to our consultants. Thank you very much to the committee, to Lonnie, to everybody who's involved in bringing back Plan D. And we will discuss Plan D in the context of money and other things, other options for use of the money next week. And we'll take a short break.
Good folks this week. Department. Thank you for having us over tonight. For those of you who are interested, LSU is winning. Well, some people are. I'm going to basically begin a PowerPoint presentation, which is very similar to what we are going to be giving next week to the full commission on Wednesday the 16th. And we understand that you may wish to provide comments to the full commission at their meeting, which we welcome. So let us go through this, and we'll be happy to take whatever questions you have as well. So, all right. First, a short mission statement, and you can tell that a couple of the major emphases in this planning effort are represented here, including the need to take advantage of the major investment in transit facilities that's going to be going on at the crossroads, and the need to make the area more pedestrian friendly. I'm going to go through these fairly quickly, just given the lateness, and so that we can have time for whatever questions you have. But if there's something I'm going through too fast that you want to talk about more, that's fine. This is the proposed boundary for the crossroads. Oh, I went too fast. Let's see here. These buttons are too close together. This is the intersection where there's proposed to be a stop on the purple line. All the different alignments show it. A station at the intersection of New Hampshire and University. This is the jurisdictional line, which you can see kind of faintly through there. The reason that the proposed sector plan boundary is more extended in the Prince George's County side is that there is another possible station over at Riggs and University, and they want to include that. So if there is a station there, we'll have addressed that. I mentioned the significant investment in infrastructure. You're all familiar, I think, with the proposed bus terminal at the Taco Bell site. That is something that we hope to happen sooner than later. And of course, we have the proposed purple line. And as I said, all of the alignments show a proposed station at the crossroads. So there we go. That's the full extent of the proposed purple line. All right, let's talk just briefly about schedule. The state is engaged in a purple line study, state MTA. There is, by the way, a brochure that we put over on the table over there, which is available in English and Spanish, that explains what's going on with the purple line, as well as what's going on with the respective purple line studies in the two counties and the Tacoma Crossroads sector plan effort, because it's easy to get confused between all these different planning efforts in the same area. The current schedule calls for the selection of a locally preferred alternative for the purple line this coming November. And based on that, we are proposing to publish a staff draft sector plan for the crossroads area the following month. We are also working on a functional master plan for the purple line in Montgomery County to set the alignment and station locations. We do want to mention that if there are significant changes to the purple line project, either changes to the schedule or what we are expecting in the way of their recommendations, that could obviously affect this plan. But we are coordinating through what we call the Purple Line Coordinating Committee, which is an interjurisdictional staff coordinating committee, to make sure that we are fully aware of what they're doing with the Purple Line effort and can take that into account in developing these sector plan recommendations. This is a matrix that shows some major elements of the traditional planning process, because even though we are one Park and Planning Commission, there are significant differences between what we do in Montgomery County and what they do in Prince George's County. Some of the elements that will come into play sooner than later include the overall length of the schedule. They have a statutory requirement to get a plan done in 18 months in Prince George's County, so they will be seeking a 6-month extension to 24 months. In Prince George's County, they also have a requirement that the report that we're previewing with you tonight, the Goals and Outreach Strategy report, is something that has to be approved by the District Council in Prince George's County. That's not the case in Montgomery County. So that will go to the Prince George's County Council for their approval, which officially initiates the planning process. We also have a major difference in terms of the public hearing on the draft plan, which would be the public hearing on the staff draft that we're just about to start work on. In Montgomery County, the planning board conducts a hearing, but in Prince George's County, the planning board and the council do that jointly. And we're going to talk more about what our proposal is to reconcile some of these differences in just a minute. So how are we going to reconcile these differences? We have, as was mentioned, a bi-county project team with the planning staffs from both Montgomery and the Prince George's planning departments, as well as staff from the city of Tacoma Park. We want to thank Alana for being a member of the project team and making an important contribution. We also have a well-known consultant, PB Placemaking, that is on board, and they're going to be helping us in several areas, particularly with the community outreach strategy. In Prince George's County, as I mentioned, the district council is going to need to approve the goals and outreach report, and this will take place after the full commission meeting. Presumably, the full commission will endorse the report next week, and then it would go to the Prince George's District Council for their approval. And they will also be asked to grant a 6-month extension to 24 months, as I mentioned a minute ago. When we have a public hearing on a staff draft plan, as I said, in Prince George's County, the practice is for their planning board to be joined by their district council, unlike in Montgomery County. So what we are going to be proposing is that as these events transpire, that instead of the two planning boards meeting independently or having hearings independently, they will continue to meet as the full commission. And since they have a requirement that the Prince George's County Council join in the conduct of that public hearing, we are going to propose to the full commission that we balance the involvement of the elected officials in Prince George's County by inviting the mayor of Tacoma Park and the council member of Ward 6, Mr. Berry, to join us in conducting the public hearing on the staff draft plan. What I'm presenting to you now is what we will be recommending to the full commission for their endorsement next week. And once this plan is done, then we would begin the sectional map amendment, which is the typical practice in Montgomery County, not to begin work on amending the zoning maps until the plan itself is concluded, rather than doing them simultaneously as they do in Prince George's County. So this is the hybrid planning process that we are proposing. This is kind of hard to read on the screen. You have copies in the actual report. I think everybody got a copy of the report. Is that right, Alana? Okay, good. We're right now right about here, if I can read that correctly. We're preparing for the full commission meeting, and then, as I mentioned, the Prince George's County District Council would endorse it, and then the project would officially be considered to be initiated. So, where do you all fit into this? As I mentioned, that your staff is an important participant in the project team, specifically Alana and also her colleagues. We know that you have very good contacts and a network with your community, and we think that will help us in terms of getting out and getting the community involved and keep the community informed as we proceed. We know that you typically have discussions and briefings and hearings so that you can hear from your residents and use what you hear from your community to inform your testimony. We anticipate that you will be providing the full commission with your comments on the recommended goals and outreach strategy report next week. And as I mentioned, we will be recommending to the full commission that the mayor and the council member for Ward 6 be invited to help conduct the public hearing once we actually have a staff draft plan. Of course, as has been the practice in the past, we expect that you will probably want to testify when the full commission has their hearings and when the respective county councils have their hearings. And as you know, there is a supermajority requirement as well, although hopefully we won't need it. Let's see here. Okay. So what have we been doing so far? Let's see, where are you going to pick up? I can't remember. Planning goals. Okay. All right. We've been doing a lot of stuff actually since last summer, including trying to figure out how we could do a bi-county plan. We don't do them very often. We haven't done a bi-county plan for this particular area for 45 years. So we've been working on trying to develop the hybrid process that I just described. We've been meeting with a variety of stakeholders, and one of them is here today, Erwin Mack, and I think Erwin's the one who first came up with the name Tacoma Langley Crossroads, so we owe him that. And I think we met with your board, was it last week? Or last month, okay. There have been a variety of community events, festivals. We've done surveys out in the community. There was a pedestrian safety and mobility study that was done as a precursor to this planning effort. We got a grant from COG to do that, and we think that will help inform some of our circulation recommendations as we get into the planning process. We have set up a website specifically for this project to help keep people informed, and we have a variety of marketing materials, many of which are over there on the table, as I mentioned, and we hope you will help yourself to those. So let me turn things over to Aldia, if you're ready. Okay. There you go.
Good evening. I'm Aldia Douglas. Again, I'm with Prince George's County Park and Planning. Just to briefly, I think it's maybe 5 more slides left. So, as part of the Goals and Outreach Report, we've listed our planning goals, and basically the sector plan will address the following planning goals as well as issues. This will eventually result in a preferred development concept that addresses both the properties that front along the intersection of New Hampshire Avenue and University Boulevard and within our sector plan boundary that Glenn showed you in the previous map. These planning goals include land uses. We hope to provide transit-oriented development consistent with the general plan goals in each county. Environmental infrastructure, where we would like to enhance and restore environmental features and build upon green infrastructure networks, such as Sligo Creek, Long Branch, and Northwest Branch watersheds, and transportation systems, where we would like to create an effective and efficient multimodal transportation system. With community and public facilities, we're looking at providing the facilities needed by the community and ensuring access to these facilities, as well as examining the current facilities that the community has now, including the Langley Park Recreation Center and the Tacoma Park Recreation Center. Urban design, we're looking at achieving quality development that creates a sense of place. And with historic preservation, we would like to encourage the preservation and adaptive reuse of historic resources such as the McCormick Goodhart Mansion. Parks and open spaces, we hope to examine and create a strategy for development and improvement of park properties within the planned area. And last but not least, there's social and quality of life. This is a category that we do not normally place in our plans. It's an important category, of course, that both counties don't usually address, but we hope to examine ways to address some of the social issues that the community faces on a day-to-day basis, current issues such as public safety, health care, at-risk youth, and education. Of course, as a planning entity, we don't have the actual power to correct these issues, but we hope that if we address these issues in our plan, as well as devise strategies to get these certain concerns and issues to certain entities, be it other government agencies, the police department, et cetera, that will be one step further into addressing some of those immediate issues that the community faces. Outreach strategy. Glenn kind of touched on this so far in the previous slide. With the community engagement plan, the plan, we hope, like Glenn said, we've hired a consultant firm, PB Placemaking, out of Baltimore, Maryland. They are charged with creating a community engagement plan, and that's the bulk of the pre-planning and going into the planning phase of our project. And that's the bulk of how we hope to kind of get the outreach and information out to stakeholders, residents, and citizens in the area. So far, what we've looked at for that plan is examining and creating a community leadership team. It will be between 9 and 12 members. Consultants will work with the team and train the leaders to assist in relationship building, making progress within the project, as well as assisting in arranging meetings and discussions and serving as conduits of information and opinions between community groups. We also have a marketing media campaign, as well as several marketing activities, which include various tools for marketing, such as rack cards. Those are the cards that are on the table to your left, as well as posters and pamphlets. Our posters are currently put up in both buses, the Prince George's The Bus, as well as the Ride-On bus for Montgomery County. Our posters are also placed at different businesses around the area. And we're also working with local newspapers such as the Gazette, El Pregonero, and the Washington Hispanic newspaper. And of course, we hope to use traditional public participation tools such as public hearings, meetings, neighborhood meetings, as well as interviewing stakeholders to get their input as well. And last but not least, we do have electronic media, i.e. our website. Our website is up. Hopefully it will be an interactive website once we get our stakeholders on board and working together, and we'll include a forum on the website, as well as a place where you can post your comments, and all of our documents, our calendar of events, everything will be posted on that website to make sure that everyone is aware of what's going on in the area. This is our timetable, and that's also attached in your in the report that Alana gave you, just in case you can't see the top slide. But like Glenn said, it's a joint process. We kind of it took us about a year, but we devised the joint process. And on the first column, it shows you the joint county procedures, and then it splits between Prince George's and Montgomery. But it's, for the most part, it's still all one process, where we're hoping that we will still interact within each other's processes. So the pre-planning process is between spring to summer '07. That's what we already accomplished, which included consultant selection, initial community outreach, building background information, and establishing resource teams. So we have accomplished that section. Then right below that is the planning process, which we officially start at initiation at the January 16th meeting. That planning process will include initiation, preparation of the plan, permission to print, public hearing number 1, and planning board adoption and endorsement, which will be around May of '09. Then you see the split between Prince George's and Montgomery County. These are different processes that are required in Prince George's County, and then the ones below that are processes that are required for Montgomery County. So from District Council, public hearing number 2, and District Council approvement, it's between September 2009 through January 2010 for Prince George's, and then the consecutive process with Montgomery County includes executive fiscal analysis, county council public hearing, and county council approval, which runs through January 2010 as well. The final steps involve full commission adoption of the plan, which is March 2010, and then we will start initiate the SMA process, which will be around January or February 2010. Yes.
You can kind of explain the term in Prince George's County, District Council.
Well, District Council is, in the process, one of the differences between the counties is that Prince George's County's council is involved earlier in the process. So even at initiation, after we initiate with the full commission, our district council also sees the plan.
What is the district?
It's the county council. It still is the county council. I'm sorry. It's still the county council. So our process kind of involves our council a little earlier in the process. So wherever you see the district council, that is to be considered our county council. This is just a review of exactly what your goals and outreach report is recommending. This is the transmittal letter recommendations that will go to the full commission on the 16th. The recommendations include initiating the plan, approving the recommended goals and outreach strategy report, which you have a copy of, support and recommend a 6-month extension of the mandated 18-month process for Prince George's County. Our planning process is an 18-month process, and through examining and putting together our joint county process, we concluded that we would need a total 24-month process for this project. And the final recommendation is approving the transmittal of the recommended goals and outreach strategy report to Prince George's County Council, which is also the district council. And that is our presentation. This is our contact information. I'm Aldea Douglas, and of course, Melissa Williams is to your left. Our website is up and active. Please feel free to visit it anytime. And we also have a hotline, 301-495-4565. It's a bilingual hotline. If you are interested in any information, if you want to call and leave comments, you can leave it on that hotline, and we will definitely get it. So that's our presentation. Any questions or comments?
My only comment is it takes me back to pre-unification days. Yes, I thought I had left that in the dust. I don't, Terry?
Thank you. I just had one question. That is that area has a lot of low-income residents, and I wondered what steps are being taken to safeguard their interests during this process.
That's a strategy. Keep the mic, no, we can't answer it. We know gentrification is going to be an issue that's going to come up, and one of the first categories in the, what was it, 8 goals? How many did we have? 8. Was just called land uses, and that captured a variety of things, including how much redevelopment there should be, how much preservation should there be, what should be the mix of uses, the scale, all that stuff. You know, in terms of the mix of uses, we didn't want to start out with any presumptions about what this should look like when all is said and done, but obviously there needs to be a balance between commercial development, economic development, and also housing. We know that one of the goals, which is listed in the report, is to provide a range of housing opportunities, and we know we need to do that. We can't tell you exactly how much new development there will be, but providing for the existing residents is certainly one of the objectives. We know that there's going to be a certain amount of what we call transit-oriented development around the new infrastructure, but there's also going to be a lot of stuff that is worth improving and preserving. And as we get into this, we're just going to have to figure out what all that balance should be. We know that's an issue.
Mr. Mayor and Council, one of the things I want to compliment this group on in particular is that they're working together. That's been a rare thing in my years at the Crossroads, when you have a county on each side of University Boulevard and significantly different challenges, offices, codes, laws that just have no comparison to each other. We discovered that when 5 years ago, when we formed the Multi-Jurisdictional Pedestrian Safety Committee out of our concern because of the horrible tragedies at the intersection, that when people came together and met, they didn't have a counterpart across the street to talk to. And here you do, with Glenn and Aldea leading their respective groups, and that augurs well for the future, and it shows that it can be done when people get serious, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Erwin.
Thanks. I don't know if I understand it, but it looks like you're working together to create a zoning base that will accommodate the Crossroads and serve it the best way possible. I suspect, or I guess that there's that you're creating a different kind of, or you will end up creating a different kind of zoning for that area in some way or another. If that's the case, how will that be administered over time?
I'll start. My personal point of view is that the first thing we need to focus on is coming up with a unified vision for this community. What do we want this place to look like? And obviously that's going to be based on a lot of things, including what we hear from the community itself. After we have an idea of what we want this community to look like, we can always craft the zoning tools to get there, and the odds are that there will be some creative zoning approaches. I don't know what those are yet, but once we have a unified vision, we will be looking at the zoning and what it takes to actually to realize that kind of vision. And there may be some different types of zones developed as part of this. That big blue flow chart, I think, has something in there about how zoning tools will be developed in parallel with the plan. And that's probably what's going to happen. I don't know what they're going to be. You have different zones in Montgomery County and Prince George's County, and that will probably continue to be the case. But whichever the zones are in the respective counties, we need to make sure that they're working toward the same vision. So that's the first focus of our effort.
Any administration ongoing? Do you have any sense of that?
I don't think we've even gotten into that yet. No. Yeah, each jurisdiction has, yeah.
From what I understand of the discussion of the goals when the two commissions started working together is that there will be a zone. The zones will look very, very similar and should function fairly similarly so that there's a more except for the administrative differences between the county, it should be a fairly uniform playing field, possibly. But, well, that's skipping all the overlying.
Yeah, we're not really prepared to talk too much about the zoning yet, but I will tell you the one thing we definitely want to avoid is split zone properties, because that gets real messy.
Do you consider that you might have overlay zone?
It's possible, sure. You have an overlay zone right now in the Montgomery County side.
Right.
Yeah, that's one approach.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, you're quite welcome. Thank you for inviting us.
No, we kind of like it this way. Let's review
Good. How are you tonight?
Okay, we're ready for the first of the two remaining items on our agenda this evening, and the second one will only take 2 or 3 minutes, I think. So we're now going to do item 4, which is discussion of the proposed ordinance establishing a recreation committee as a statutory committee. Barb, did you want to introduce this item?
As was mentioned in the agenda cover memo, the Recreation Committee was originally established as a Recreation Council, and that goes back to 1993. At that time, as the Council is aware, we were actually in 2 separate counties, and part of this was to basically try to provide some coordination in terms of the recreational opportunities that were offered to residents of the city that fell into both Montgomery and Prince George's County. Subsequently, there was council action that changed the name of the group to the Recreation Committee, and so essentially it is established just by resolution. What is before the council this evening is a draft ordinance that, as the mayor indicated, would make the Recreation Committee a statutory committee. Basically, and it would also somewhat change the scope of the committee. I think Howard would agree. It essentially maintains the primary purposes that the committee has always served, but basically changes some of the language to recognize the fact that there is no longer this division between 2 separate counties. I think with that, Howard may wish to make some comments.
I don't really have that. And I should say, first of all, sad to say, I actually remember 1993. I was on the original Recreation Council. But as Barb says, this updates it. We have been meeting as a committee without this formal recognition, and we think that at this particular time, with the community center now up and running, other projects in the works, that we do want to spend more time dealing directly with you as a council on how best to proceed. And the language in the resolution or the ordinance is to that effect.
How best to proceed?
Well, there are probably a number of questions to be dealt with. How best to use the community center here. It's newly built. What to do about the recreation center on New Hampshire Avenue, which is old, but is still functional. How best to get bang for the buck with the entire recreation budget, and how best to deal with the concept of public-private partnerships, which is a relatively new concept, or actually Terry might say is actually a very old concept. It's to some extent the way recreation programs used to be run here, more of as a public-private operation with volunteers working out or nonprofit groups working, and how to bring that concept back in the 21st century.
I think if I might add, one of the things when Howard and I were sort of working on crafting the ordinance that's before the council for discussion this evening was kind of what exactly does it mean to be a recreation committee? And I think in our discussions, and obviously that's subject to the council's approval, but Howard and I talked about recreation in sort of a very broad sense, not only what recreational services that the city directly offers, but the committee taking a look at just recreational opportunities in general that are available in the community, regardless of who is providing them, for the committee maybe to provide guidance and advice to the council in terms of any gaps in those services, and the outcome of that may not be that the city needs to directly provide those services, but for instance, the committee may suggest that the council lobby the county or lobby Park and Planning. We had also had some discussions about the use of the building, as Howard alluded to, the community center that is, but use being very broadly defined, not necessarily what the recreation department is doing in terms of programming, but perhaps the committee having some discussions with the library about some of the services that they provide to youth, maybe working with the Arts and Humanities Commission, as I know you already do, but just looking broadly, I guess, of what could be done to maximize the use of this building that goes beyond the recreation department. So it's a little non-traditional definition, but we thought that would be something that the council may be interested in having the committee do.
And that part is exactly right. And part of that may derive from the fact of our history that this community center in which we sit was, to some extent, something that we have been talking about for the last 15 years. And so, and it includes the auditorium or the council, the soon-to-be auditorium, we hope, and all the other rooms from the library to this point. So it is we as a committee have always looked at it as the whole scope of this complex.
To what extent has the committee dealt with issues in terms of how the city interacts with the county, programs that the county does or doesn't provide, the fields that we do maintenance on, any of those kind of issues that the committee has gotten involved in?
Well, the committee...
Or has the committee mostly been city-focused?
It is much more city-focused now, but originally we dealt with both counties as well as the city, and we were part and parcel of an evolution, a transition where first Prince George's was voted out of Tacoma Park, and then Montgomery County Recreation withdrew from Tacoma Park with a few rare exceptions.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I looked through this ordinance, and I like it pretty much. There's a few things that I'm not sure that they fall into here that I think should be in here. And we'll start out with the name itself, Recreation Committee. Maybe a little bit of a misnomer for what I envision, because I think it's more than just recreation. I think part of what I would like to see advice coming from the committee on has to do with educational programs that really aren't necessarily recreational, but they do help young people at least to do better for themselves, better for the community, and maybe move away from some of the alternative activities that they have. That the recreation programs help to divert young people, but I think there's also the educational aspect that I would like to get into the wording here, so that we don't lose focus of the fact that the committee should be making recommendations in that vein too.
I mean, I'd agree certainly with the after-school programs that are run either by the Recreation Department or in cooperation with other after-school groups. I totally agree. The education has to be part of it.
Thank you. Most of the other things that I really want to talk about have to do with not just the Recreation Committee, but it has to do with all of our advisory committees. And I think, do you have that on the plans to discuss the committee processes in general?
It hasn't made it onto the agenda, but it's on the list.
Great, because I think I do want the council to reach some kind of agreement on how advisory committees should work, how they should interact with the council, and how they should interact with staff. And I think that most of the strong opinions I have about the Recreation Committee are really similar to what I have for the Committee on the Environment, the Public Safety Systems Advisory Committee, and all the other advisory committees that we have. So with that said, I'll pass the baton.
Josh and then Colleen.
My first question was, there's a maximum number of members, but I think we might want to have some sort of minimum number of members that we would want the committee to have. I don't know if it would be 7 maybe or something like that.
I would say 11.
11?
Well, 7 seems too few.
As long as we can get 11 people to be engaged, I think that's great. I just think we should have some minimum numbers so we don't end up with a committee of 3. Right. The second is, I agree with the sort of broad statement of purpose, but I would like to see some language in there, and this might speak a little bit what Terry was saying about committees in general, but I think I would like to see some language in there that sets a process by which the council and the committee agree every year on what the things are that they're going to focus on, what questions they're going to try and answer on behalf of the council. So I think it would be interesting to try and craft some language around that. My third comment is also similar in section 2.16.320C, this idea of each committee adopting rules and bylaws. I think pretty much we should be able to have a uniform set of bylaws that city committees function by, and there might need to be some exceptions made on the specifics of the committee. I don't want to hold this committee up, but I do think we need to address that issue as well, and that might be part of the larger discussion that I know Bruce has in his mind to put on the agenda.
Colleen?
Well, I support the development of the Recreation Committee into a statutory committee. I note that part of what that means is they get assigned a staff person, and we have yet to set up the land use committee for the hospital reuse site, and we've been talking about it for 2 years and it still hasn't happened. What's the impact right now on staff time to serve on committees? Do we have a Do we have an upper end of number of committees we can have support for, and are we anywhere near the top? Have we long since surpassed it?
I would say that probably the department that's probably most impacted by the council committees that are currently in place would probably be housing and community development. By far, they are the ones who are, I guess, carrying most of the workload relative to that. I think if there were any more committees that, are starting to impact some of the areas that they're involved in, I think that is starting to become a growing concern for Ms. Daines and myself.
Which is exactly what the land use committee would be.
Yeah, we do have other staff members outside of HCD who are actually trained as planners. Actually have degrees in that, so I think we would probably be having some discussions internally about who would staff the land use committee.
So this committee would get a staff person from the recreation department?
That would probably be the primary contact. I think if the council kind of concurs with looking at recreation broadly, there would probably be, various staff members who would come before the committee, provide information or support, but I would probably see recreation as being probably the primary department that I would look to assign a staff liaison from.
And they're not overloaded? And they're not overloaded?
They don't. I think this is the only committee that they work with.
And they're currently working with this committee?
Yes, they have been, and they would continue to do that.
So it wouldn't change the staffing level?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Since this subject has come up and it touches on what I was thinking is a broader issue for all committees, I think it's important as we establish advisory committees to recognize that the committee is advising the council and is an entity, a sub-body of the council. And as such, I think it's appropriate to have staff liaisons, but I think it is the impetus is on the committee to invite the liaison when they want them at the meetings, and that the committee is to take the lead on issues. It's not to be a city staff-led committee, and I'm not saying that it has been, that the rec committee was, or any other committee was, but I think it's important to say that so that everyone knows their roles with advisory committees.
I had just one or two comments in the section 216.320A. It talks about membership representing all 6 wards, and I think we could just, in general, as we draft language, do things that will be good through time, that won't be outdated. So we could just do something like represents all the wards, and that way nobody later on, 10 years from now, when there aren't 6 wards, goes, oh, we have to change that. And I think the last section there on the last page about the committee preparing an annual report to the council on the activities of the committee is something that, again, for all the committees, we've wanted to make sure that we get, because that is, in many ways is replacing the as we re-interview current committee members who want to re-up for a committee. We would talk to them about what the committee's doing. This is the important mechanism for keeping track of what the committee is doing, and can provide the basis for the discussion that we might want to have with the committee about goals or tasks for a coming period of time. So it's going to be real important to be thinking about that right from the beginning, about how that might come back to us. I think my understanding is there are currently 14 members on the committee.
Yes, including one member who serves on both arts and humanities and recreation.
And you've felt that it's valuable to have some kind of
we have,
tie to other committees?
Well, especially to arts and recreation, but also probably to public safety. So whether those 2 members would be counted in the 15, I'm not sure. Whether they could just be liaison members. But yes, I think that's important.
And there are a couple of members who might not.
And there are some who probably won't continue. There's always turnover.
So that we might have I'm assuming that the council would want to reappoint any of the currently existing members who want to continue. So we might have as many as 10 who would want to continue
That would be my guess, yeah.
heading toward our maximum of, what was it, 15? And the representation of the current ones is heavily weighted towards Ward 1 and 3, and there's nobody from Ward 6. So I think it's the usual lesser representation from 4, 5, and 6. So there might want to be some efforts.
Ward 4 are represented?
We do have one member from Ward 4, one from Ward 5.
But I think the Ward 4 member might be somebody who may not continue.
She's not positive.
So I think there's the need for some thinking about who might be good people to do this.
I think that raises a question, though, about the minimum age for committee members, because I would certainly like to see some youth members on the Recreation Committee.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I haven't given this great deep thought this time around, but I've thought about this a lot over time because I've been on a lot of committees, and you and I have served on various ones. And I think the successful committees I've been on were more analytical in nature and came up with a kind of a guideline or plan for the council to follow. And it feels to me that I'm referring really to the TASB committee, although certainly Barb's here because of some work on the specific task in the city manager selection committee. But I'm a task-oriented kind of guy, and I wonder how we will keep track of what the committees are doing over time. And the task that I see is ought to have a heavy, in my mind, ought to have a heavy weight towards analysis, particularly on the budget, how it would affect our budget and the various programs that we offer. And again, I'm going beyond just the Recreation Committee now, as Terry alluded to, and as Josh alluded to, with what are the kind of the ground rules. And so if we can, I'm a little reluctant to sign on to this without more detail on how it would work, because if we can create a model for other committees, I think that's a valuable exercise. I don't want to hold things back because we haven't thought it all the way through. But I also agree with the notion that to have a permanent staff person on every advisory committee is not necessarily a good thing, because we can sap the staff strength in that way. But it does give us, on the council, another management task, and we need to be very clear on how we are going, on the council, are going to proceed with that management task. And my perception to date has been that it's not been uniform in how the council has approached committees, and so I'm looking to see some kind of uniformity here.
If I might respond, Dan, I agree absolutely with what you just said. Certainly in concept, we are here seeking some guidance from the city council. And analysis, I think, is part of what we should be doing.
And so the question there is then what form does that analysis come back in? If I look at the tasks that, the purpose, how best to serve the diverse recreation needs, well, there's some kind of report which ostensibly would come back in conjunction with communication or discussions with the rec department itself. What's rec doing well now? What does the committee think that they're doing right? What does the committee think that they're not doing as well as they could? How to cut here and paste there, or what have you, right? So to what extent can the committee be working closely with the department that you're allied with, and to what extent can you be separate so that you can give us guidance as we struggle with the budget? And I'm not sure I'm seeing that in this document.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think all those things that you're proposing and suggesting needs to be done, I think we need to do. I think we need to do with all the committees. and that is to identify the goals that this council wants to see from the committees and provide a schedule of when we want to see the results. And those goals are the types of things that Councilmember Robinson said. Some analysis of the situation, go back and give us not only results but also recommendations on how this council can take action and set policy to resolve those problems or give direction to staff, to the city manager, obviously not the staff, but the city manager, on providing services to the community in a better way.
And I think one of the things that will help us begin to craft that is that the city clerk has a matrix of kind of where we are with the various committees, who has what structure, who we've gotten reports from, how up to date we are with the committees, and I think that may provide the kind of the framework for the discussion that we need to have on the committees. And it sounds like we'll need to shoehorn that into the agenda fairly soon as well.
Can I ask one other question? And this is more directed to you, Mayor, because I know you're very good at the wording on ordinances and things, but do you feel the wording in here covers the breadth of focus that we have talked about for the Recreation Committee, that it's not just talking about the Recreation Department, but in some sense it's also talking about Montgomery County Recreation Department and other recreation providing organizations within the city, and even talking some about the police department probably.
No, I don't think it does. I think that there may have been some other language that may have been in here at some point that addressed some of those things, that there has maybe been a little back and forth on what language should be in here.
Maybe not. I think that the language you all are now talking about probably wasn't crafted or drafted, but we could do that.
Okay. So it sounds like there's a little bit more work to be done on the drafting. I don't think that is going to hold things up. I don't think the time frame for the committee is going to necessarily hold things up. I think we'll be able to provide them with some direction on what might be helpful in the near term in terms of any budget information that we might find helpful.
Mayor, on that, I think what I'm hearing is that there's drafting of language for this document. Is that what I'm hearing?
Right.
Okay, and I think I've heard from Councilmember Wright and Siemens and you, and I'm feeling the same way, that there needs to be some kind of rules of the road for committees document that needs to be drafted. So as we're reflecting on the language for this document, if we can refer to that document, and that will give us a way to create that document and have it inform this document over time.
Right.
Is that a reasonable request? Do you see what I'm saying? In other words, if we can
I think so.
You get me?
I do, but I'm not sure that that larger document is something that is ready for prime time yet, whereas this one is close.
I agree, and what I'm suggesting is that we refer to that larger document in here, set an outline of some sort, defining how we are going to work with committees in the city. Work on that document, and as it progresses, it can inform all of our relationships with all of our advisory committees.
Yes, but what are you saying about how that will inform this one?
I don't have the language right here, right now. I'm glad to work on that language in this document, but it would be something like under statement of purpose or statement of, I'm just making it up on the fly here, statement of procedure, that that this committee would follow the, that,
General guidelines.
general
for
guidelines,
advisory
general
committees.
procedural guidelines, right, that we are working on, and therefore, I'm thinking like a computer programmer now, and I must admit that I did have
That's
about
why I
20 years
understood
doing
it.
that.
So you're referring to a document that hasn't been created yet in this one to say it will follow whatever that is?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I follow that now.
Good.
That's scary.
Somebody recently remarked, I don't remember who it was or in what context, but it was basically that lawyers, the art of lawyering is to try and define every eventuality and define every term, and the art of politics is to obscure those as much as possible. So maybe we'll find the common line between those two, which doesn't exist yet.
Well, as a programmer, I think we can obscure pretty well, no matter, no, just kidding.
Getting late.
One question I had that I just jotted down as we were having the discussion, one of the things that I had brought up earlier, and maybe this is a good time to kind of tie it back into the recreation topic, is whether there's any desire on the part of my colleagues to do something like tour the Greenbelt recreation facility to get an idea of what another municipality that is very similar in many ways to Tacoma Park is doing, and it can kind of open our eyes to some of the possibilities. Is that something that? Yeah, I know.
Well, but do they have a very large budget?
They do. Well, a larger one than ours.
Yes, larger. They have a population of 21,000. So
A little
larger.
Yeah,
I have also found it valuable to tour the Long Branch Community Center, which is again another local facility, and talk with the workers up there to get a feel of what's possible.
So,
The answer is yes.
So
Yes,
people might find that helpful. So we got as far as contacting them. Everything would be set to go. We just had to pick a time. I will do that via email, put out a couple possibilities. Anybody who wants to go can do it. And if somebody can't make it but still wants to do it, they could go, I'm sure, individually and check out something. But it's an opportunity to take maybe, I don't know, 2 hours at some point on a Saturday probably, and look at their facilities and kind of the approach they've taken. So
Good idea. Okay.
Something just came to mind, speaking of tours, maybe other people are not in the same boat, but I've never been inside the pool
at the school.
At the school, and I don't know if other people are in that same boat.
I haven't either.
So it might be, it might be a necessity for that pool discussion for those of us who have not been inside that.
You won't need a boat anymore.
Okay, so we'll try and arrange both of those. So I think we're ready to go forward on this item with some additions and changes, and it'll come back. Good. Thank you. Sure.
Thanks.
The final item is 2008 appointments and reappointments. We have the proposed appointments. Does that cover everybody's understanding of what those were going to be before we send them in? Do we need to discuss any of them? I had Doug, was there something else that you had been talking with folks at COG about? Or was that not a committee in this sense?
Not a committee in that sense. I think it's an ad hoc committee on environmental change.
Okay.
Nancy Florine, I believe, is chairing it.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's room for an additional person, I would be happy to be
Mayor Williams, I had emailed Dave Robertson of COG, and I hadn't gotten a response, so I sent a reminder email yesterday.
Okay.
And he apparently was in the office, and they were holding a meeting today, I think, between the staff and Mrs. Florine, and they were going to get back to me about Councilmember Berry becoming a part of that committee or participating in some manner.
Okay, good. Terry?
Yes, I wondered if the position you hold at COG, if there's an alternate for that position. And if,
For the board?
Yes.
There is yes, that would be possible.
Okay.
So we'll add your name as the alternate. And just to also let my colleagues know that not in this list of things at COG, but I also serve on the National Capital Region Emergency Preparedness Council, and I'm chair of the advisory board of the Institute for Regional Excellence, both of which are COG committees that are kind of independent or joint, in the case of the IRE, joint with George Washington University. And there are also opportunities for anybody who wants them at the MML has various committees, and all of those will come up for possibilities for appointments at the convention in June in Ocean City. That's when they take names, but if there are any of those that people think they might be interested in or want any information on those, we can get that so that you can consider it and kind of make your feelings known even before June and start to figure out whether that's something you want to do. And I think there's also a possibility for anybody who wants to do ICLEI, as noted here under other organizations. In the past, I've been the representative and gone to a number of their conferences. I know Mayor Porter went to one, Councilmember Mack went to one, and they generally provide funding for, I think, airfare and hotel for those. Mm-hmm. So they generally provide funding for one staff member and one elected official.
Yes.
So that's another opportunity to participate in something and go to their conference. Their meetings tend to be not a regular schedule, but they notify what's happening. And they ICLEI, and they tend to have one of those per year, although my sense is it's not a regular thing.
I think they've had a conference every year. I think it's typically in the, Jesse might correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's in the spring. I know this year, one of the members of the Committee on the Environment, since they have a budget, asked if they could go.
And if anybody gets involved in that one, there's also the opportunity, if you pay your own way, to go to their international conferences and to do things like go to, I don't remember where the one just was, but the old one was Kyoto, and there was the one that just happened in, where was it, Bali? For those various discussions, they have slots available for local officials to go kind of with portfolio. So if anybody wants to get involved in climate change discussions on a global level, that is the opening. And with that, we're adjourned. So if you want to pay your way to Bali. Yes. Are we going to have our city council representative come and brief us? We can do that.
into my door, baby. Face is clean and shining black as a night. My mama went to NC, you know, but you look so fine. Now I could understand your tears and your shame. She called you boy instead of your name. When she turned and tried to cry, when she turned and said, but honey, he's not our kind. She said, I can't see you anymore, baby. Can't see you anymore. Walk me down to school, baby. Everybody's acting deaf and blind. Till they turn and say, why don't you stick to your own kind? My teachers laugh and they're smirking stares, cutting deep down in our affairs. Teachers of equality think they believe it, then why won't they just let us be? They say I can't see you anymore, baby. Can't see you anymore. One of these days I'm gonna pop my listening, gonna raise my head up high. One of these days I'm gonna spread my glistening wings and fly. But till that day we'll have to wait for a while. Baby, I'm only society's child. When we're older, things may change. But for now, this is the way they must remain. They say I can't see you anymore, baby. Can't see you anymore. No, I don't wanna see you anymore, baby. Can't see you anymore. Love me Blinders on, the boundaries gone. I hear your call.
I woke up this morning feeling like I bumped my head. I woke up this morning feeling like I bumped my head. I've been up all night thinking about the words you said. You can't take it no more. You're gonna pack your things and leave. You just can't take it no more. You're gonna pack your shit and leave. Look at here. Men never done you no good. Gonna find you a woman to please. You interpret that any way you want to. You can search the world over, never find another like me. That's true right there. You can search the world over, never find another sexy motherfucker just like me. Sometime we find out it ain't like it used to be.
malheureuse, pourquoi tu veux pleurer? Sèche tes châtilles. Voilà, châtiment te fait du mal. Notre tapis, tu veux l'oublier. Voilà, si qu'on aime et je t'aime autant. Je suis mon côté. Malheureusement, j'active pour m'être contourné. Moi, je vais te soigner. Je m'ai tout fait de mal. Malheureusement, si qu'on aime, je t'aime autant. so tenderly answered my sweet Indian maiden. One day I'll hold you, my arms enfold you, Cherokee. Sweet Indian maiden, when I first met you, I can't forget you, Cherokee sweetheart, child of the prairie. Your love keeps calling, my heart enthralling, Cherokee. Dreams of lover time, of summertime gone by. There my memory so tenderly answered my sweet Indian maiden. One day I'll hold you, my arms enfold you, Cherokee.
Pretty pictures, pretty little hills, a white canvas, the life is still. She talk and never listen, got nothing to say. She say her answer on judgmental way. En la noche, ¿qué es eso? Con el vino. En la noche, ¿qué es eso? Con mi amor. She never turn away from the dreams and desires that she carried every day. And la señorita, she looking for a while, like she gonna wear the Mona Lisa smile. La señorita, oh she the one. Afternoon and evening, she going on. La señorita, she drink a little wine with her pictures and her portraits. She go Byzantine en la noche. ¿Qué es eso? Es amor. Con el vino en la noche. Es amor. A la señorita, she wearing nice dress with the dreams and desires in her pretty little head. A la señorita, she looking for a style and she wanna wear the Mona Lisa smile. La señorita, she on my mind, she got ribbons in her hair and she stayed a loving kind. La señorita, her paintings on the floor and she never leaves direction or ever asks for more. En la noche, con el vino, ¿qué es eso? Con el vino, en la noche, con mi amor. A la señorita, she never turn away from the dreams and desires that she carried every day. A la señorita, she looking for a while, like she gonna wear the Mona Lisa smile. La Signorina, she never turned away from her dreams and desires that she carried every day. La Signorina, she looking for a while like she gonna wear the Mona Lisa smile.